Silterhar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Silterhar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Silterhar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Is your energy slipping away, losing your edge? It could be low testosterone. Take action. Synergenics and Low T Center offer a quick, free T-test. Get pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded, personalized by experts just for you. Most insurance covers it. The best you is waiting at TRTMVP.com.
Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find the latest looks all for under $30. With new arrivals every day, you never know what you'll find. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silterhar Motors. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. In the pocket, in the end zone, and it's caught. Franklin for the touchdown. They hand it back to Harvey. The direct snap to Harvey, and he's in for a second time. Knicks down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. Prescott intercepted, picked off. Broncos able to take it away with Jahdae Barron. Nix is looking that side, Tony. Throwing it that side, back in the end zone. Franklin has the second touchdown grab of the game. Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie. Well, the old throwback uniforms brought back a little old magic, too. Final score is 44-24 Broncos.
It certainly did bring back some of that old magic. CBS on the calls right there. Kevin Kistner crushing it with the montage and a hello, beautiful people, to everybody out there in the tribe in Broncos country. Another one, Cease.
Yes.
Another Victory Monday.
And another one. That's what, another Mountain Dew on a Monday, getting things rolling. And I would say this, very dilly-dilly. The Mile High Magic was back. Jim Nantz saying the throwbacks got the Mile High Magic. No, it's been back. It is back.
You called it a year ago.
This team is undefeated at home this year. This team with a tough schedule remaining, can carry this momentum over. And this team beat up on a bad defense, which is exactly what they should do. I don't need to hear about, Dallas sucks. Yeah, Dallas's defense sucks. Mm-hmm. And you know what you did? You beat them down.
That's right.
But the way that you took care of the Cowboys offense, so much to get into today. Thank you, Vance Joseph. Jake Ferguson on a National Tight End Day had 0 catches.
Yep. The one target they threw at him, our guy caught it.
Yes. And then, of course, thank you, R.J. Harvey. Finally, after we've been calling for it, we've been waiting for it, other than the week 1 50-yard run.
Yep.
You needed to see more from the rookie. He was a little bit late because it wasn't week 6. It's week 8, but he got there. And you all have to be excited about what he can bring to this team. And you have to be excited when this team clicks.
Yeah.
When they're clicking on all cylinders. Who's going to stop them?
That's exactly what that was yesterday. And by the way, the 6-week timeline that we wanted was what we wanted. It wasn't the end-all, be-all, and better late than never for a guy like RJ. Now, he's still got some work to do to continue in riding this momentum. But, yeah, hat trick for the rookie. Little Robert Jr., that's what it was. I looked it up. Robert Jr. For RJ Harvey. Absolutely dominating. J.K. Dobbins going over 100 for the second time this season. And for back-to-back weeks, Bo Nix having not one, not 2, Not 3, but 4 of those things in back-to-back weeks. That's 8 touchdowns for Bo Nix. And it started really bad with that one interception that was a terrible, terrible throw from Bo Nix. And I'm like, oh, God, here we go. We're going to have this kind of day.
Yes.
But nope, not so fast. They were able to figure it out. And look, you said it. I don't think it's that big of a part of the conversation today unless you're just a Bo hater. And we got plenty of those. And love to hear from you today. It is a situation where you were just on the field with Dak Prescott.
Right.
He's so hot right now, right? Dak's been the flavor of the week for about 5 or 6 weeks, and it's good reason why. He's been playing solid football.
Oh, yeah.
But when that team and that quarterback came to the Mile High City, 2 quarterbacks shamed the same field, and one of them was much better than the other one, and his name was Bo Chapman Nix.
I love it. Using everybody's middle name today. It's Cecil, Paul, Lammy. It's Josh. I don't know your middle name. Edward Dover. That's what Tribe Roll Call. Throw in your middle name today
as well.
Tribe
Roll Call
it's
as well.
It's for the hat trick for R.J. Harvey. It's for this defense doing its thing. Again, so much to go over. But Bo Nix, the throw to Pat Bryant in the corner when Pat Bryant did the sweet Mile High salute. He brought it back. I love to see it. That's a stick throw. Again, it's not a stick route. Don't at me, bro. But that's a pro throw. His feet were almost bad on that because you saw him kind of drift a little bit with that extra step. But then he stepped into it, and he put it in only a spot where Pat Bryant was going to get it.
And how about the footwork by PB?
Mm-hmm.
That was impressive.
Yeah. It's coming around with all of these young players. It's coming around with the Denver Broncos. It doesn't mean that there isn't more to learn, but they wanted to take practice and put it on Sunday. I asked Bo Nix about that last week. How do y'all do that? What did Sean Payton mean? We want to take Wednesday and make it to Sunday.
Yeah.
I think they did that.
They whatever they did last week, whatever they drank, ate, wore, do that again this week. I'd like that.
Did you just go Martin Lawrence on us? Can you do what you did earlier, please?
A little bit. We do want to give you a chance for Tribe Roll Call again. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for $1 today? Send all that information to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043 or over on YouTube. I'll get over there and get that thing open. Cecil's already got you guys rolling over there. Just search the Denver Sports YouTube, click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in. I mean, outside of that first drive, I don't know how better this game can get, right? You check all the boxes of Bo throwing 4 touchdowns, the rookies having a coming out party, Pat Bryant finding his first touchdown, Jahdae Barron getting his first interception. Now there's some injury stuff that we're going to talk about as the show goes on and things that maybe we have to worry about moving forward. But literally, see, outside of that first drive and then some garbage time stuff, it's like, okay, whatever. It was just background noise in the late part of the fourth quarter anyway because the game was in hand.
Joe Milton came in the game.
Yeah, great. Joe Milton. Joe Milton versus Jarrett Stidham.
Right.
Mike Evans somewhere is doing cartwheels watching that game yesterday.
Oh, he was moist, like talking to Joe Klatt.
I just think that is what Broncos football we thought would look like more often than not. We certainly didn't think it would take 8 weeks to get there, but now that it's there, the bar has been set. We know who you can be. I'm not saying Bo has to go score 4 touchdowns every week like he has in back-to-back weeks.
Right.
But you can't revert back to that guy we saw weeks 1 through 6.
That wasn't on the same page as his quarterback.
No.
That's the thing. And even the broadcast, when Tony Romo wasn't blowing bubbles at the Cowboys, can we please
I wonder who he was rooting for.
Can we just not have that, please? They're down by like 30. Tony's like, I think they can get back in. It was the fact of comfort. I thought Bo Nix looked comfortable yesterday, and that's on Sean to make his young quarterback comfortable. And this young quarterback has to go out there and execute and make those plays and make those throws and have proper footwork. So, wow, just what a great win. And this is what they can be.
Yep.
You need to be this going forward because the contenders and the pretenders start to separate now. Now is the time. Look at the Steelers. They are a fraud.
Yeah.
I called them a fraud a month ago. People thought I was crazy. No,
those
they're a fraud.
Jerseys were trash, too.
Well, they're trash jerseys, and they're a fraudulent team.
Yeah.
They're not a team that is a threat in the postseason. What are the Broncos? They need to keep winning, stay on top of this AFC West, and maybe, hey, go get that number 1 seed in the AFC.
It's wide open, and they still sit atop of the AFC West, so that is absolutely beautiful. Love that. Our guy Mike in Windsor is checking in, grinding away in healthcare sales. Big win. Loved seeing this finally. So, yeah, absolutely. We are with you there, Mike. We got Cody J. Leonard. Nice, Cody, hitting us with the government full, middle, and last right there. He's checking in from Iowa. Dude, that is awesome. Cody J. Leonard. He took the day off to just bask in the wind.
Whoa. Okay, that's good.
That is awesome, man. Appreciate you doing that. Tribe Roll Call, another out-of-town listener. Gabriel in Iowa is heading into WI to install a CNC machine for productivity. Cue Cecil's music. Sean set everyone up with, we're happy with his progress about RJ so he could be the smartest man in the room. Nice. Thank you, Kevin.
Are you happy with RJ? Sean is. And Broncos country is now.
That was cool. That was cool right there. So, another one. Sean haters have a lot to say today. Cough, cough, the tribe. Is that Mike Evans texting? When I got here and Mike was walking out, he said, how are you going to blame Sean Payton today? I said, I'll find a way. I'll find a way.
Why didn't you do this earlier?
Yeah.
Y'all would have been undefeated if Sean had done this earlier.
There's not anything really to complain about the way that thing looked. Bad throw from Bo on the first.
That was Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant didn't flatten his route. That's on Pat Bryant.
Makes Bo look bad.
It does make Bo look bad, but that's on. And you saw Bo's face afterwards. I've watched it multiple times. He needed to flatten his route.
So he's got to stop
that. That's a kid not knowing how to run a route yet. But that's Pat Bryant, man. He's getting there. That touchdown was sweet. Totally redeemed himself with the Mile High Salute. So, yeah, we're good.
The Mile High Salute was so sick.
Yeah.
How did that
bring it back?
Pat Bryant for the win right there.
Why did it ever go away?
I don't know.
It should just be a thing.
That's a great question. Tribe check-in up in Blackhawk, slanging ice cream in Blackhawk. I love that. Play of the day was Quinn Minor's triple blocks on the toss sweep for RJ. Yeah, he's just throwing dudes to the ground. Love that you saw that up there in Blackhawk. So appreciate everybody. Oh, that was our dude Twisted T Dave. I love that guy. All right, keep the text coming in. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? Did your Mile High moment hit? All kinds of things we want to know from you guys today on the text line and over on YouTube. So 44 points, Cease. That against any NFL team is something to celebrate, and we're going to do that today. So who are these Denver Broncos? Like I said, has that bar been set, and what can we expect now from all three phases moving forward? That conversation is coming up next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Cake Mortgage Corp, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are your bills keeping you up at night? Imagine using your home equity for a financial reset that helps you to finally get ahead again. At Cake Mortgage, we get it. Life's expensive. Insurance, groceries, and high-interest credit card debt. That's why we created the Cake Fast Cash Home Equity Program. Turn your home into your ATM without touching your existing mortgage rate. Cake Fast Cash is fast. Many clients close in 2 weeks, so call Cake today and pay down high-interest cards, free up cash, or fund home upgrades, and you only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Love seeing you guys' interactions on the text line. Same deal, the text line powered by Ramos Law. Same deal over on the YouTube chat. Search Denver Sports and click the Dover and Cecil stream, and then boom, you're in just like that. So you were even saying, like, you know, we, of course, if you're in your car, want you to turn it to 104.3 The Fan, but if you got like a streaming device, you can stream right off YouTube as well.
Exactly. Yep. That's on my post-game show last night. Had tons of Broncos fans out and about, and it was awesome to see. Awesome to talk about this team and what they can do. When I say 13 wins, and everyone thinks I'm crazy, do you think I'm crazy now?
I think
they have 2 losses.
I think you're a little crazy, but it has nothing to do with 13 wins.
Okay, all right. Because I was like, 10 wins is just riding the fence. 11 wins, is just riding the fence. Like, they can be this. This is who they can be, and not just because the Cowboys suck. Good. 11 wins is barely better than what they did last year with a rookie quarterback and a roster that doesn't have the talent that it does now. They're figuring things out with Evan Ingram. Troy Franklin's coming through. Pat Bryant's figuring things out. Like, things are clicking. You want to be clicking at the right time, which means after the bye, you have to play like this. But right now, you said it with the expectations. Man, that's what this team can be if they play the way that they can. 4 quarters. 4 quarters of football. We finally got to see that from this Broncos team.
Yes, we did. I mean, you think about what the last 5 quarters have been. I texted the group thread this last night. 77 points in the last 5 quarters. And I know it felt weird because of the fourth quarter had to be this super hero effort because they were so bad in the first 3 quarters. But look at what they've done. So last 5 quarters, 77 points. They're 4-0 in October. Right? I mean, we talked about it, starting to figure out who they are. Sean being really good in the month of October. And Cecil, I think you would agree with me on this. Check me if I'm wrong here. They can be better on offense. Mm-hmm. They can be, I actually think they can be a lot better on offense than what they were yesterday. And it still shined because the Cowboys were banged up and beat up in the secondary. And that's exactly what good teams do across all landscapes of sports. Yep. You have a weakness. I'm going to exploit that. I'm going to expose that. And you're going to be sorry for yourselves that you came to my house with that kind of weakness and I beat you down with it.
Right. And that's exactly what the Broncos did. I always thought of you on first downs when Sean Payton ran the ball.
That was my one. Now, and somebody was going back with me on Twitter. And it's like, read the bottom of the tweet, Yahoo. I wrote, again, that's a first down pass play when it was the second first down, and Bo throws the interception.
Right.
The first down was a 7-yard gain from R.J. Harvey, and it was a beautiful little run.
Yeah.
That's, again, Bo and the receiver made a bad decision. But why are you again, I don't want to nitpick on that today, but that was one of those things.
Right.
All right, man, just go ahead and
Well,
run
that
the ball
very
on
first
down.
play with JK, it's like 2nd and 3 is nice.
Dude, he didn't get touched until 5 yards.
You have a million plays on 2nd and 3. You know what I mean? So just have that rhythm, have that tempo. J.K. Dobbins, just continue to feed him, allow R.J. Harvey to do more. It's not going to be 4 touchdowns every week for Bo. It's not going to be 3 touchdowns every week for R.J. We're not going to ask for that. But we merely ask that they have balance. Balance.
That's right.
Only one more pass than a run in this game.
That's great balance.
That is almost perfect balance from Sean Payton in this group, and you see the results they're in. You see the comfort. I think that's the word of the day. Comfort. The comfort level
that
Bo Nix was able to operate in.
So you tell me, 44 points total, 27 points in the first half, where they completely were in control of that game, versus what it's been the last couple of weeks. Really, through October, before yesterday, they hadn't scored in the quarter of number 2 and number 3. Clearly dominant yesterday. Are they more of that team that can't figure it out in the second and third quarter? Are they more of this team that can score at will? It's either we're in field goal position and you trust Will Lutz every single time he walks out on the field. You know what I mean? What team is this? I don't think anybody has questions about the defense.
Right.
It's the offense, this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of week in and week out. Who are they now moving forward? Did they unlock something with the Wednesday practice that just happens to be the missing link or key ingredient to what the offense can be?
Yeah, the key ingredient to what the offense can be is J.K. Dobbins. It's that.
Amen,
exactly
brother.
that.
Amen.
Exactly that. Sutton can come through almost every week, right? Kind of back and forth with Troy Franklin. But if you feed J.K. Dobbins like that, this team can win a lot of games. This team can go a long ways in the postseason. And there are not many teams that can deal with the Broncos bring defensively. If you get this offense going, look out, NFL. In a league where we're trying to figure out Buffalo, Kansas City's trying to make a surge. I think Baltimore is, even with 2 wins, Baltimore's still please leave them in the background.
Well, I remember Friday, I'm like, this could be a nice test for the Bears, even with a backup quarterback. Turns out the Bears aren't it.
Yeah,
they're not it.
They're not it.
Caleb's not.
And that's where contenders and pretenders start to separate. Now, we clearly know what side of the ledger the Broncos are on, and it's not the pretender side.
No.
It's the contender side. Now, as everyone else figures it out, how much better can you get going forward? Baltimore's going to try to make that run. Kansas City's going to be annoying. They're going to be right there. Buffalo will be right there. Okay, the Colts will be right there. And Jonathan Taylor, pretty tough to stop. If you're the Broncos, if you get rolling on offense, you can hang with anybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you said it because Bo Nix, 8 touchdowns in 2 weeks. They're still a run-first football team. Sean Payton, great offensive game plan to go and expose the Dallas Cowboys for that weak defense that they brought to the Mile High City. A+ from Sean Payton. But you still, I don't want it to get twisted that 77 points in 5 quarters means they air it out and they're this down-the-field football team. That stuff will come. But you're 100% right, Cecil. This team is fueled, fed, led by J.K. Dobbins. What he does is as far as this team will go.
Yeah. Jason Bonney on YouTube says, Sean Payton walking around the complex like, I told you, blankety blankers.
You know he is.
Yeah.
You know he is.
Hey, good
He
job.
earned it. He earned it.
Good job, Sean. Good job.
Exactly
Keep it
right.
up. Now keep it going. Whatever you did to take your energy from practice and put it towards game time, you were engaged, you were sharp, and not everything was perfect, but you made the most of it all game long. It's the first complete game for the Broncos this year.
It might be the first complete game for the Denver Broncos in a few years.
Maybe under Sean Payton?
All 3 phases, yeah.
Okay.
There were some games where Bo was doing it last year and the defense was solid, but it was offense great, defense unreal, special teams really, really good. So, yeah, I think
we can't even complain about Darren Rizzi today.
No complaints.
Wow.
I got no complaint. But now I'm back to complaining about Sean not giving me Jordans. That's the only thing I got left, man. I don't have any Jordans from Sean. But outside of that, A+ effort from the Denver Broncos. A+ effort from the Tribe, who's now all tweeting us and texting us their full government names, like Robert Timothy Peterson.
Okay.
He's doing custom cabinet installation in Johnstown. Great performance by the Broncos. RTP, We appreciate that, man. I love that people are hitting us with their Timothy Matthew Trujillo here checking in with the tribe. We're on fire, and Halloween Gang is finally Broncoing the way we need to see them Bronco. Let's effing go, fellas. That's Timothy Matthew Trujillo right there. So you started something, Cease. Everybody wants to hit us with the middle name.
Yeah, well, you started it because you mentioned R.J. Harvey and his full complete name.
Every male in my family, every male that has the last name Dover, at least
it's Edward. Dover.
It's Edward, yeah.
Right.
It has the middle name Edward. And I thought that was just standard basically my entire life.
Like family thing. If you're in that family, that's your middle name.
No, I thought that everybody, like the Lammies, every male has the same middle name.
Oh, no.
The Spivaks, every male has the same middle name. The Kistner, same. I thought that was just what families did.
Okay.
And I didn't know that wasn't true until I was 15.
You thought it was like Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Where everyone just has like, oh, you're House of Stark.
Right. Exactly.
You're House of Edward Dovers.
Yeah. So I learned that with middle school.
Okay.
Matt Sanchez checks in. He's in Broomfield. He's on vacation this week. But how about Dobbins dapping up CeeDee Lamb on the sidelines? That had me rolling. I missed that one. Was that pregame, postgame?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
I didn't see that one either.
I saw R.J. Harvey. The chat room's talking about R.J. a lot. Hold on to the ball, please. Because on that sweep touchdown on the toss play, and he crossed the goal line, and then he just kind of dropped the ball.
Okay, slippery slope.
Like, please don't do that. We've seen that enough in this league. 2 Colts have done it. So, let's not do that, please.
Yeah, that was a slippery slope. But a hat trick for RJ, that's a nice, hey, I have arrived moment. We'll continue this conversation. We wondered who would have been the bigger problem between Javonte Williams and Jake Ferguson. Turned out the answer was neither. So how did they do that? Let's talk about now comfortable coverage options for the Denver Broncos, plus getting Dre Greenlaw back. We do got to talk about that PS2 injury that kept him out of the second half. We'll do that coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now your home can score big too. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is giving 25% off Infinity by Marvin windows. That's a bigger win than competition's small plays. With 0 down, no interest financing, and windows built to last decades, not seasons, you'll be set for the long game. Call 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, your home team for windows that last.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
So this morning, Steve, when I was getting ready for the show and, putting the final touches on the rundown and all the stuff I got to do in the morning.
Right.
I went back and I'm like, let me look at my keys to the game, revisit some of what Cecil had to say about it on Friday.
Yeah, did any of our Mile High moments hit? I was close with the Troy Franklin because I said 35 plus. That was, 25 yards? So I was close, but I think that was the closest for
I got like half of
all
mine.
of us.
I said J.K. Dobbins would run for over 100 yards and get 2 touchdowns. He only did one of those things.
Okay.
So it's like, all right, you get a participation.
Nah,
ribbon.
you should get it for that, and you should also trim it down.
Narrow it down.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, hey, some running back's going to score a bunch of touchdowns, and R.J. Harvey's done nothing this year. I'm going to pick J.K. Dobbins, happen to be the other guy, and I'm happy to be wrong about that here
Kev,
today.
did your Mile High moment hit?
4 touchdowns for Bo Nix.
Look, Kevin gets 60 of them. His percentage to hit is pretty
He's bound
good.
to hit one of them.
Yeah.
And Spivak, did your Mile High moment hit on Sunday's game?
I said that Bo Nix was going to have a great game. I think I said 275
You did.
and 2 touchdowns, I think I said.
Yep.
And he did
and
that.
Kev was worried
Did
about
that.
you jinxing him.
I know.
That's right, because Kev didn't want
Why
you
don't
to
you
do
trust
that.
he's saying Bo's going to do good, and Bo did good. You doubt Bo?
Because all
He doubts
season,
Bo?
no, all season he's been calling out Bo, and now he said something good about Bo.
So it's not.
It was like reverse psychology.
Is it unfair to call out players? Is it unfair to ask for first-round picks to play like first-round picks?
So really,
I
I've
don't know.
been right all season because I've been
know
calling
about
out Bo.
right. I
And,
don't know about right.
and then I said
I
Bo's
don't
going to
know
do
about
well,
right.
and Bo did well.
Both of you guys are crazy. No, both of you guys are crazy. But if your Mile High moment hit, and let us know, Ramaslaw.com text line or YouTube chat.
So one of my, not moments, but keys was, and I told you right when it first started, I'm like, dude, I want to say they got to shut down 3 of these guys, but there's no way that's going to happen. So I said 2. Shut down 2 of the big 4, right? The Javonte, Jake, CD, George. Shut down 2 of those big 4. I mean, really? In the grand scheme of things, they did exactly what we thought they couldn't do, which was shut down all 4. Jake Ferguson did nothing. You said it to open up the show. He got 1 target. And in that 1 target, Jahdae Barron caught the football. Javonte Williams, he had the 2 touchdowns, but they're first and goal touchdowns. It's nothing, that you go, bad Denver defense, interior line couldn't get it done. Held him to 41 yards. Sure, he gets the 2 touchdowns, but how'd that work out
3.2 yards a carry
with the overall score? And then if you look at the 2 wide receivers, George and CD both had 7 catches. George had 4 more yards at 78 to CD's 74. But there was never this big moment of like, oh, God, they're in control of this football game. And even Riley Moss holding his own against both of those guys because he got an opportunity to cover both.
And hold his own against the Zebras as well. When they have Tracy Wolfson say at the beginning of the game, hey, Pat Surtain's going to be on George Pickens. I was like, huh, all right, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to know that was unveiled right before the game, and it worked. VJ's plan worked to perfection.
Yeah.
They handled Dak. They handled CD in Georgia, and that's a huge ask. And then Jake Ferguson, again, you're going to look at the box score and be like, he didn't do anything. He is having a historic beginning to the regular season for a tight end in NFL history.
They had the best tight end and the best running back in the league coming into that game.
Yeah.
And the Broncos defense made him look pedestrian.
Took away
best.
both those guys.
Yeah.
Took away both. So good job. And Alex Singleton, after the game, was quick to say, it wasn't me. He was like Shaggy, right? It wasn't me.
Yeah.
He wasn't covering Jake Ferguson.
Yeah.
That's mostly going to be a bracket thing, a bracket coverage situation. And Justin Sternad, another big game for Sternad out there. So Singleton did his thing, definitely helped stuff the run. You love to see that. But my goodness, Justin Sternad, the bracket with Hufanga, the bracket with Brandon Jones, dealing with Jake Ferguson that way, amazing performance by this defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was an incredible performance by the defense. So they were able to keep all of those guys in check, like we thought they may have some struggles doing. You also talk about that Patrick Surtain injury. So it's like two different injuries because he goes down, he's holding like his ankle.
And then the shin, they said it was like a shin thing maybe?
Shin, comes out, then gets back out onto the field, and you saw, was it the last play of the defense for the first half?
I believe so.
He's trying to tackle the Cowboys ball carrier. He kind of gets wrapped up in a weird way, and he almost like flings the body backwards, and I'm not sure if that tore something. I don't know. We'll find out a little bit more today. But right when the Cowboys come back out I'm like, that's Chris Abrams-Drain. Where's Pat?
Mm-hmm.
Why is Chris Abrams-Drain out there?
Right.
And so well here in the first half, and then we got the update that it was a shoulder, not even ankle or shin, shoulder injury that kept him out for the rest of the first half.
And I'm excited about Chris Abrams-Drain as a future slot corner, like basically replacing Jaquan McMillan. You know how shocked I was to see him on the outside? I'm like, oh, because, again, he's a smaller guy, and you're rolling against those two Cowboys receivers on the outside. Great job from Chris Abrams-Drain and this Vance Joseph plan. Even without Pat Surtain, and that's a huge part of your plan, they were able to get it done.
Yeah. And then the Riley Moss stuff, again, it's leading the league in penalties. Had a couple back-to-back ones. I know that second one was very questionable to everybody. There's hand fighting. They should always allow hand fighting. Riley's hand was on like his chest plate, but it wasn't, I didn't see any intent to pull.
Right, he
or
wasn't
anything.
like grabbing and
It was
pulling.
almost as like his hand's just there as they're running, and it's not by design to interfere in any way. I get it. Maybe if you're doing exact letter of the law, that might have been pass interference, but how often are they doing exact letter of the law on those plays in the back of an end zone?
There's holding on every play, and there's pass interference on every play.
Hand fighting should not even be in the consideration. If it's just hand battling and some wrist grabbing, and that's just football, man. Don't call that
You start
nonsense.
grabbing, pulling on a jersey, then that's another
So
story.
like if his fingers were down in that chest plate,
Sure.
that's a penalty.
Right.
But it was palm to chest plate. I don't believe that's a penalty.
Yeah, it was like their future penalty, right?
Yeah.
What was the old Tom Cruise movie with the future crime? Like we're going to convict you on future crime instead of
I know
something
what
you
you're
actually
talking
did.
about. I don't remember what it's called, but I know the movie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Minority Report.
Yes, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they did to Riley. It's like, well, your palm's there, but your hands could easily curl over. Your fingers could get in there and pull on his shoulder pad. So, yeah, I thought Riley Moss had a good game, even though much maligned and a guy that's going to get plenty of targets. He has to stand up to that on a weekly basis.
Yeah. You know what else was interesting? And I had not noticed this until Drew texted us on the group chat. By the way, Drew, our text line did remind us that you picked the Cowboys to win, so you got half of it right. I didn't notice this. Sean Payton wasn't rocking the old throwback gear.
Yeah, you guys started texting about that, and I was like, can we talk about football, please?
No, that was important to me.
I almost texted you back, but I'm like Sean. I was superstitious. I was like, if I jump in this, it's not a flippant fashion show.
Yeah.
I could give a crap if Sean Payton's not wearing the gear, but you guys,
I care.
you and Drew, you guys were all over it.
It was weird once I noticed. Now, I hadn't noticed until you said it, and then I couldn't not notice anymore.
But you're also colorblind, so
True.
you get a little bit of a pass
Thank
on
you.
that.
Thank you.
But it's the logo that was different.
Well, no, he was wearing like the navy
dark
blue,
blue,
the dark
yeah.
blue. Like, no, dude, you were the only one on the sideline that looked like a goofball because you didn't have the actual throwback gear on.
The blues are different.
The blues are different. Navy blue and royal blue.
You don't notice this blue's different?
No.
Yeah, it's a royal. What is it? Royal blue?
It's basically
right?
royal blue.
Different
Yeah.
than what? The blue that's already on your shirt?
Than the Broncos blue of today.
Oh, no, it looks the same to me.
Okay.
So, like Josh, I'm wearing navy blue today. Cecil is wearing royal blue. Do we look the same or different?
You look the same.
Wow.
Okay. So that's why I didn't notice.
That's totally why.
But
yeah.
you'd notice.
I noticed, and it drove me nuts. I'm like, Sean, what are you too good to wear the
What
throwback
if he's
gear?
superstitious?
No,
What if
it
he's
had nothing.
superstitious?
It had
Wait,
nothing to do with it.
We have an answer here. Andrew Mason tweeted it out, I'm assuming from the conference call. Sean Payton said he didn't wear the throwback gear because he didn't like the match of the royal blue sweatshirt hoodie with the navy blue slacks that coaches have been wearing on the sideline this year. Quote, I'd sport an orange pair of slacks if it were the right color, end quote. So it's all about his color coordination. Look good, feel good,
Now,
feel
do you
good,
respect
play
him
good.
more, Drew?
No, no, because everybody else on the sideline looked great. Sean did not. But hey, if this is what it takes to get him to call a great game, I'm all for it.
There we go. Sacrificing.
And
right,
he was
Drew?
wearing that hat that's a few years old.
He was, yeah.
I mean, I really think there's some superstition to it. And I respect that with Sean.
You do.
Remember when he had the little Bronco pin?
Yep.
At his press conference, he's like, if you look at my pin, it's raised up a little higher because we're supposed to go on a high road here. I'm like,
wow.
Okay, Sean, like I get that. A little bit of a reach, but I'm in.
Sure. Okay. I still kind of want him to go back to the visor.
Coach, just win, coach, please.
Yeah. Whatever works in Sean's weird brain to make it look like it did yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm all for that, man.
Okay.
All for that.
Sean, we're going to
100%
give you
of the
all
time.
the credit. See? So then, man, I'm the best.
You know what? Let's do it right here. He's listening right now. How about Sean Payton going against the grain and not rocking the throwbacks to stay with what he has working? Unbelievable decision from
You should
that
give
guy.
him Coach of the Year just for that decision.
All right, let's go into our 1045 segment. That's where we go inside the internet. And we're going to spend a bulk of that looking back at the disaster that was the game in Utah on Saturday night. How has no one been fired yet? What the heck's going on up in Boulder? We got to have that conversation coming up next.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they've got a great deal on windows, so take advantage before the snow starts falling. Order your windows in October, finance your project with them, and you won't pay anything until November of 2027. Be warm during the holidays. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the cold weather arrives. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Snow is coming and Siltahar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Siltahar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Siltahar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
If you don't think doing a quick and free check of your finances is worth it, let me share this recent customer story. Jason and Barbara H. from Denver called us wanting to see if they could save money. Credit was okay and there was a good amount of debts. Their fear was another lender they went to first, shame on them, told them yes in the beginning and then denied them during the process. When they called us, we not only approved the loan, we saved them $3,900 a month.
What? $3,900 a month?
Yes, this couple just saved $3,900 a month by calling U.S. Mortgages. And best of all, with our lowest rate for life guarantee, if the market improves in the future, even as little as 0.5%, they can redo the loan and increase their savings further without any lender or appraisal fee. employees. You could be our next success story. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
It's the Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period, and Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
We are going to highlight one specific story here for most of this segment inside the Internet, and it's over, of course, at DenverSports.com, and it's written, of course, by Trent Finnegan.
The king
of DenverSports.com, and it is all about the Colorado Buffaloes beat down the Was. They were blown out by the Utes 53-7, and this coming off of a bye week where Dion and his coaching staff had 2 weeks to prepare for the biggest game of the season. And as Trent writes, it was clear just 37 seconds into the game that whatever the coaching efforts happened over the bye week was a complete failure. We just spent the first 45 minutes of the show pumping up the Broncos and giving them their deserved credit for changing a few things they did at the week of practice and it translating out onto the football field. We're going to dive deep into this game for sure, Cease. But even before we get into the X's and O's and what our eyeballs showed us on Saturday night, the fact that they had a bye week and came out and looked the way that they looked is absolutely pathetic. Embarrassing, whatever words you want to use, and Dion used a couple of those to describe it. And I will say this. I still believe, as of today, October 27th, 2025, that having Deion Sanders as the Colorado Buffaloes coach is better than not having Deion Sanders as the Colorado Buffaloes coach. Saw some of that on Twitter. Our very own Will Peterson was calling for his head on Saturday night multiple times. That's not going to happen. He's still worth a bunch of money to that university and for being real, to that city of what he brings to Boulder financially.
Right. I mean, imagine what they are without Dion.
Exactly right. But the fact that you show up in Utah, you get boat raced the way you get boat raced, and I kept reading stories last week about the bye week of you going, I didn't have to read stories. He admitted it into a hot microphone. You're back in Texas. You're hanging out with the family. You're fishing and you're doing all that stuff. I get it. Everybody deserves a little bit of downtime, but when your team is hot garbage the way the Buffaloes have been through this season, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's more questions than there is answers after every single game. You take some time off to go fish at your little private property in Texas. Wrong move, Dion. And the way your team performed showed it. You're mad at Amari and Miller for coming back late from their bye week. I understand that you have to punish those kids to send a message to the rest of the locker room. Who's holding you accountable today? Why did you go on vacation knowing that your team was this bad and then show up and say that this is the most embarrassed you've ever been in your football life?
Well,
your hands are all over this, Mr. Sanders.
Why did he say last week we're going to come out of the bye and dominate? Dominate? You were dominated in a way that we normally don't see. They had 400 yards at halftime. The Buffs had negative yards.
Negative 18.
At halftime.
Yeah.
Like, what was that? And then, like, who's going to hold Deion accountable? I'm just thinking about his buddies. Can we get real college football coaches? Is that not an option? Do you always have to get his former buddies? Like, I don't need to see the videos about Warren Sapp kicking over the pylons and then Deion goes and picks him up every game, pregame. None of that's cute. None of this is fun, and honestly, none of this is interesting. The way that they're playing football right now, like, okay, well, we know what the Buffs aren't this year. They aren't an even crappy bowl team. They're not going to go there. They need to make major changes. Why no one's not been fired today?
What's going on?
As of this minute, why is Pat Shurmur still have a job? Why does Robert Livingston still have a job? Why can't they get real college football coaches rather than, hey, some former pros or Deion's buddies? Like, I'm done with that.
I think that's a fair point. I thought for sure it would be Robert Livingston. You see the sideline cuts of Deion cussing him down, chasing him down the sideline.
See him like glaring at him?
Yeah, he's giving him the old Payton VJ kind of glare before things got right this weekend. I thought for sure I was going to wake up Sunday or some point Sunday afternoon or by 11 a.m. today, we'd be going, oh, Robert Livingston got fired. Robert Livingston fell on the sword.
Right.
But it's been nobody. And how about this, too, to your assistant coaches, our own Jake Shapiro, who lives and breathes Buffaloes up there. He tweeted this out on Saturday night after the game. I wonder what number is higher, the amount of points that CU will score tonight or the amount of coaches on staff who know the fight song. And I thought that was pretty interesting. And I seen some of that from a few different Buffs people. And I thought, man, that is something that's just the tradition of those that went there. Or I don't really feel that, right? Like, I didn't go to CU. Pretty much every woman in my family did. I didn't go to CU. So I don't I like the Buffaloes, but I'm not like, oh, you have to know the fight song and you have to know every player that was on the 80s roster or the 90s when they were so good. I don't really subscribe to that. But I think that's an interesting point from the folks that do subscribe to that, exactly what you said, Cease. Hey, those big names mean a lot until we realize they're kind of ghosts, or seeing ghosts that are coming at them in a football game.
All right.
And that's what it feels like with these new Warren Sapps, the Marshall Falks. All these guys have really big names, and most of us like the idea of that. But it turns out just giving somebody a gig because their name's really big and they did something for a long time doesn't mean they're going to be good at that job.
Well, and there's so much that goes into winning at the college football level. And part of it is having those name coaches that you can go to the high school kids or you can go to transfer kids and you can be like, hey, you want to come play for Marshall Falk?
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. That'd be great. That gets you that. But what about in-game? In-game, who is making these decisions? It's Pat Shurmur on the offense, and it's Deion letting Pat Shurmur kind of do whatever he wants. When it doesn't work, when Caden Salter can't play, when Ryan Staub can't even agree with Jordan Seaton on a quarterback sneak, and they have to call a timeout.
That was embarrassing as hell.
How many different embarrassing moments did we get? Not just the sideline antics, but on the field. Incredibly embarrassing moments all across the board. Somebody's got to pay for these errors. It's not going to be Deion. They can't afford to get rid of Deion.
No.
Deion's not going anywhere. I didn't see what Will was saying, but if anyone's out there suggesting they get rid of Deion Sanders, they can't afford to.
That's never happening. The only way
Deion
Deion
needs to hire real college football coaches. I don't know how he does it. I don't know who it is right now, but he's got to find different answers than Pat Shurmur and Robert Livingston.
You're 100% right. Deion did talk after the game, and this was his opening statement talking about the beating they just took.
This is bad. It's probably the worst beating I've ever had, except for when my mama whooped me as a kid. 422 yards rushing, you ain't winning. You're not winning. 300 yards, you're not winning. 250, you're not winning. It's not capable. Total offense, 140 yards, you're not winning. You're not winning. They had 587 yards of total offense. You're not winning. With that, special teams gave up a fake punt as well as a block punt. You're not winning. So all three phases, we got our butts kicked.
See, so that's interesting to me. One, he brings up the defense first. That, again, it tells me that Robert Livingston would be the one to go if any of them are going. But so that's a 35-second answer. He calls out the defense. He calls out the offense. He calls out the special teams. What about himself? Where's the criticism for himself?
Right.
Do you think at all there was a second that he thought, maybe I shouldn't have left?
No, Deion thinks he's doing what he needs to be doing. He's Deion Sanders, and he gets paid to be Deion Sanders, and that's true. But where's the head coach? Where's the guy that guides the entire ship? Where's the guy that takes over if Shermer's having trouble with the play flow? The flow of a game is different. You can draw something up in practice. That's fine. Maybe it looks good. Maybe you feel confident. Maybe you do think you can dominate. He should have never said that. But when in game it's not working, you need the head coach to step in and say, how about we run this? Remember during the week we did that? How about over here? You try this. And he's a motivator. He is, recruiter, transfer portal, king of the transfer portal. All right, can you be the king of wins, please?
The king of the transfer portal. He landed Payton Salter.
Yeah. So how's that working out? As someone with Payton Salter probably shouldn't see the field again for the Buffaloes. They're in a real bad spot right now. And unless somebody falls on the sword, expect this to continue with the Buffaloes.
Yeah. I mean, and look, they still have, Arizona next week, right? That's the one winnable game.
Are we sure about that now?
Well, I don't know now. But Arizona, West Virginia, Arizona State, and then Kansas State. So you still have 4 games. I mean, you're just going to
go 2-2 in those, maybe? West Virginia,
no.
Arizona?
No, they're going 1-3 at best. They might go 0-4.
But Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Arizona can run the football. And
they can't stop the run.
422 yards of rushing last week.
Over 400 yards.
That suggests they're going to struggle with that.
So Deion should have had another one in there, like over 400 yards, not going to win the game. Only 120 yards, you're not going to win the game. Deion Sanders coaching on your team, you're not going to win the game.
It's a weird situation right now with the Buffaloes because if they were to fire Deion, like I said, Will was calling for, then they're just right back to irrelevant again. I think they're marching in that direction, but you still have Deion Sanders as your head coach, which means some people are still going to pay attention to you. By the end of the season, we'll see how big that group is.
And I still keep thinking about Julian Lewis.
Well, don't do it now. Why would you do it now?
Oh, you don't do it now.
Dude, the team quit on Deion on Saturday night.
Yes.
You do not put a freshman quarterback out there with a team that's going to quit on you.
Yeah.
Because that leads to that young man getting destroyed and losing any confidence he may have.
Well, the savior for the Deion Sanders era post Shedeur and Travis is Juju, if he can play. That's a big if, and we'll have to wait till next year, obviously, to see it. It's still October, and we're talking about next year for the Buffaloes.
Yep. That's where they're at, man. That's what this year has brought us. We'll get back to that. We'll hear a bit more from Deion later on in the show. But hour number 1 done. Let's go to hour number 2, getting back to the Broncos. What did Sean Payton say about his rookie coming out party? And was this a Troy Franklin breakout game by design? Or was it something that Bo was seeing on the field? Let's have that conversation next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind.
Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. These days, we expect everything fast. Streaming, food delivery, even same-day shipping. So why should using the equity in your home to get cash be any different? At Cake Mortgage, we get fast. We just got a client approved for $300,000 in under 24 hours. With our Cake Fast Cash program. If you're struggling with high-interest debt, roll it into one low monthly payment and save hundreds or more each month. The best part? You'll keep your current mortgage rate and only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law on 303 Law 4040. Just got a great result for a client. Sam had another attorney who couldn't get her more than $20,000, so we took over the case and just settled it for $85,000. Another client, Travis, is like a lot of people. He likes doing business with a handshake in his word, not looking to sue anyone, but when the insurance company was playing hardball and refusing to even pay his medical bills, he called 303 Law 4040 and said, Dan, I hate to bug you, but they just aren't being fair. We took over the case, told the insurance company we would see them at trial, and they immediately more than quadrupled their offer, which was just fine in Travis's book. The insurance companies don't play fair. They aren't going to do the right thing out of the goodness of their hearts, so you don't ever have to feel guilty when calling 303 Law 4040. If you've been injured, we'll make them pay what's fair. And as always, you always talk directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter-Har Motors. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. In the pocket, in the end zone, and it's caught. Franklin for the touchdown. They hand it back to Harvey. The direct snap to Harvey, and he's in for a second time. Knicks down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. Prescott intercepted. picked off. Broncos able to take it away with Jahdae Barron. Nix is looking that side, Tony. Throwing it that side, back to the end zone. Franklin has the second touchdown grab of the game. Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie. Well, the old throwback uniforms brought back a little old magic, too. Final score is 44-24 Broncos.
It was 44-24. Great work, Kevin Kisner, throwing that touchdown montage together. Bunch of those beautiful, beautiful things on Sunday over at Empower Field at Mile High. What a game. What a game it was, man. The Broncos coming out party. Now, Cecil, I want to hear from Sean Payton here in a couple minutes. Also want to continue to hear from folks on the tribe. Hey, did any of your Mile High moments hit? Let us know. Let us give you a shout out. Give you some love for calling your shot. Hit us up on the text line at 303-713-1043 or over on the YouTube stream. Just search Denver Sports, clicked over in Cecil, and you are in just like that. But, man, you think about what that game was. Now sitting at 6-2, the Chiefs are going to play football tonight and probably take care of business against a banged-up Commanders team.
Yeah, and that's going to be unfortunate because we've had a pretty bad week of football.
Yeah.
Did you see how many backups got in this week?
No.
Like starters would start and then the backup would come in, and it's just a bunch of blowouts. Not a real good product, but a great Broncos win to talk about.
There wasn't I played golf yesterday. That's how little I was. I'm like, yeah, this slate doesn't look that great. I'm going to go play golf and get home in time for the Broncos.
You ain't got
game.
so lie to kick it, Craig. If it was a great slate, you'd be like, can I sneak
I
away?
Still would have
Can I play 9 holes?
Yeah, you're right. It's season's coming to an end. So, yeah, it was what a game and what a performance by all 3 phases. Something, Cecil, I didn't know that we would see a game like that throughout this year because it's like, well, the defense is going to play well and the offense will stub their toe. The offense might step their game up, but the defense looks like they're human for the first time in a while. But not on Sunday and not against the Dallas Cowboys. Sean talked about really one of the bigger stories. The defense being outstanding was a huge story. Bo scoring 4 touchdowns again was awesome, but the rookie production, and really if we threw Troy Franklin in, it's just the young player production, guys that are under the age of 25, 26 years old. It showed a lot to what this team can be moving forward. Sean was asked about it, the rookie coming out party, and what he thought of his young guys.
A lot of production from the rookie class. Maybe they read someone's article, I don't know. But you had interception, touchdowns. I mean, it's great to see them getting the experience. Sometimes it's more difficult, but, Jahdae had the interception right before the half. That was a big play. Pat, all of it was good. It's hard to predict sometimes when you're putting your plan together.
All right, so I like that. Now, I'm not going to do it, but a part of me is like, I wonder what article he's talking about. Clearly caught his attention.
Yeah, it definitely caught Sean's attention. He pays attention to everything.
Yes, he does.
Mention him on Twitter. He's probably listening right now.
What's up, Sean?
Hi, Sean. Good game, Sean.
Yeah, you did a great job. You did a really good job. So that rookie production, and I actually do want to throw Franklin in here because he's a second-year player. They're all under 25 years old, right? So, like, if we're talking about Broncos under the age of 25, who was better yesterday? It's hard to beat R.J. Harvey's 3 touchdowns.
Right.
But that catch from Pat Bryant, obviously earning it up to that moment, that's actually one thing. Here you go, Mike Evans. I respect about Sean Payton. That process is still real for Sean. He doesn't let a lot of players skip steps. Maybe Bo throws his name in that hat. But Pat Bryant, you draft him, he talks him up, but it's not this, now you're just automatically included into the game plan because we like you. You need to go out there and earn it and show it. You want the rock? Freaking block. And that's exactly what Pat Bryant has done. So, Cecil, if I told you RJ, Pat, Troy, we threw those all 3 into a tumbler there.
Yeah.
Who impressed you the most yesterday?
Who impressed me the most? It's got to be RJ. It still has to be RJ. Pat Bryant, again, didn't flatten his route out, led to the pick right in the very first drive.
So he has a bad and a good.
Yeah. So he's got a little bit of a bad and then a lot of good there at the end. Love the Mile High salute. But it's RJ Harvey to me because the running was there, the receiving ability was there, and also you saw him have an intent on keeping things inside. And I'm talking about his plays that we're not thinking of highlights. On the plays where they block it for 3 and you got to stick your nose in there and get that 3, he was doing that. So there's not very many of those because we all think of the 3 touchdowns. and he only touched the ball, whatever, like 8-9 times, whatever.
7 carries, I believe
7
it
carries.
was.
So, okay, so he's got limited touches, but look at the ones where he didn't have the big play. You still had the discipline to stay inside, which is kind of what we had heard. Post week 6, when I'm asking the questions, are you happy with him? Asking the questions last week behind the scenes, is he not preparing the right way? And you heard a little bit like, well, he could do to stick inside, instead of trying to bounce everything to the corner store. We talked about it, and we were excited about RJ Harvey, but disappointed that it's taken him this long. Okay, now he's done it. I'm not saying he's going to get 3 every week, but now just be a part of this offense, man. Such a dangerous element that he brings that no one else on this team really does from the running back position.
See, I don't know if there's a wrong answer in this, but I'm going to go with Troy Franklin because I've been up and down with the guy. Last year I crushed him because he couldn't hold on to the football. I had good reason to do so. And then throughout camp, both of us were like, it's a different guy. We're seeing a different dude out here.
Yeah.
And then he's already led the team in receiving in one game this year. He did it again yesterday for 6 catches and 89 yards, by the way, 2 touchdowns and a long of 26 that you talked about earlier, Cease. So to me, the reason I'm picking Troy is because it is that second time. Like that first one, he leads the team in wide receiving. Wasn't it week 1? And we're like, whoa, is this what it's going to be like?
But then he went away.
And then he went away for 6 weeks, basically. And now here he is back. So in my head, and maybe this is just me talking myself into it, but I'm like, that wasn't a flash in the pan. That wasn't a week 1. They didn't prepare for Troy Franklin because why would you prepare for Troy Franklin? And then he made him pay. This is all right, I get it. They're banged up. They're bad in the secondary. But you know what this game showed me? I guess the same thing rings true for a guy like RJ Harvey. But Troy Franklin, if you think a second cornerback can keep him in check, you think a third-tier safety can keep him in check, yeah, right, he's going to eat your lunch all day long. So, like I said, I don't know that there's a wrong answer, but for me, it's Troy Franklin because he proved that week 1 thing wasn't just some flash in the pan. This dude's here, and he's here to stay.
Oh, and I like how the young cats now, it's a competition, right?
Yeah.
You're either a rookie or a second-year player, and you've got your guys kind of like, showing off. Mm-hmm. Guess what you want to do? You want to show off.
That's right. What rookie, what young player, that's what we'll call it, stood out to you guys in the tribe? You tell us. Was it RJ like C says? Was it Troy like I say? Or maybe Pat Bryant's going to get some love from tribe members out there. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Leave your name on your text so we can give you a shout out. And then over on YouTube, you've got your screen name. So just answer that question. Which young fella shined the most in your eyes? The Broncos, well, they weren't the only Colorado team to hand out some beatdowns this weekend. The Nuggets also handed one out to the Suns in their home opener on Saturday night. We'll look back at it, tell you how they got that big win. And Cease, I want to talk about what the new head coach and front office is already doing that the old one couldn't figure out. That's coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. There's no reason to be spooked by doing your estate plan. We make the process easy and even fun. There are no tricks here. Our compassionate approach helps take the mystery out of the whole estate planning process, so you can have the priceless peace of mind that your wishes and your legacy will be memorialized for your loved ones. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care.
From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Bonnie from O'Meara Ford has convinced me they really want to earn your business. So, talk to me, Bonnie.
Well, O'Meara has over 1,000 vehicles to choose from. Plus, we have the largest service center in the region with 84 service bays. And we've sold 1 million vehicles since 1913. Our friendly staff will treat you right. And when it comes to repairs, our knowledgeable technicians do it right the first time.
There it is. O'Meara saves you time and money, whether you buy new or used. O'MearaFord.com.
Happy holidays, Colorado.
Dave, come on. Isn't that a little early?
No. Who wants to wait for savings? No one. Lock in our below market 4.75 5-year fixed 5.81 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% rate fixed for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Our trademark lowest rate for life program allows you to lock in savings today, and if the market does improve after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. This is the best program in the industry. Plus, our holiday bonus, no payments until January of 26, and access up to $15,000 cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, love seeing the text here on the RamosLaw.com text line. RJ Harvey's getting a bunch of love, Cease, just like you said. Our guy Caleb Bailey, going first and last name, like it, Caleb. He says, RJ Harvey really impressed me with his performance against Dallas. Having a running back, an RB2 that can run the ball well and catch out of the backfield, that's establishing a two-headed dragon in the backfield like Detroit has. Oh, Caleb.
Okay.
Big names right there.
Well, do you know what it really looked like yesterday? For the first time ever, it looked like Mark Ingram and Darren Sproles.
Wow.
For the first time ever.
You're right.
It looked exactly like how an Ingram-Sproles backfield used to look for Sean Payton in New Orleans. So.
Troy Franklin gets a vote from our boy James Hernandez. What's up, James?
What up, James?
Appreciate you guys chiming in here. Joshua Logan McCool, LFG tribe. Sean ran the ball. That's what he's excited about, and we are too. So keep it coming, man. We love hearing from you guys. You guys are just as much of this show as we are. So you tell us which young fella shined to you. RJ for Cease, Troy Franklin for me, but there's no wrong answers. Everybody looked good in that one. We'll get caught up with those texts coming up. But we want to talk about another team that handed out a beatdown this weekend, and it was the Denver Nuggets. In their home opener, Cease, against the Suns on Saturday night, they dominated. They now sit at 1-1. It was another triple-double for Nikola Jokic. That's 2 for 2 so far this season.
Love it.
If you're keeping track at home. And how about this nice stat? It was Nikola's 69th triple-double before the fourth quarter even started. He's got more triple-doubles in 3 quarters than about 80% of NBA players throughout the history of the league. How unbelievable is that?
And it happened to be his 69th, so
Very nice.
That is always nice.
And he still has the fastest triple-double of all time, which I don't know that it will be ever broke. I think it's like, is it 11 minutes of play? So it's 11 minutes of play or 13 minutes of play of actual PT just for the player.
Right.
He achieved a triple-double in. I'm not sure that's ever going to be broken.
Probably not.
Cam and Christian bounced back. Jamal played good. He had a deep heave at the end of the first quarter. That was a ton of fun. And then Aaron Gordon. Now, he didn't go 10 out of 11 for threes.
Right.
But did you see that freaking 360 alley-oop dunk? And then he was asked why he did it. And his answer was, well, I wanted to be on SportsCenter. You know, da-na-na, da-na-na. That's what he said. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was incredibly awesome, although SportsCenter's not awesome anymore. Sorry, AG. I think our dear friend Romy Bean, she was on something, and she was like, hey, it's the year of AG. I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
If it's the year of AG,
Yeah.
I'll take it all day and twice on Sunday. No, it's a good look, and let's talk about Cam specifically, because early in that game, did you see the confidence in his shot?
Yep.
That's exactly what he needs to do. No hesitation. When you get that open look from three-point land, you let it fly, and he was able to do that in rhythm, the rhythm of this offense. Now, it's just a game, but hopefully for Cam specifically, he's the new guy.
Yeah.
New guy's in the corner puking his guts out. He's the one that has to fit in with the core four.
You're right.
But when he was immediately into the flow, I think it was within the first couple of minutes of the game, he had the open look, took the three, it went in, and ever since then, in that game, he was a lot smoother in what he did. I want to see more of that confidence from Cam Johnson. Catch, shoot, be a big part of this offense. And by the way, do you kind of laugh when you see the MPJ highlights now?
Yeah.
He's like a totally different player. Yeah, for 10 games, he's going to get hurt.
Let's see how long that lasts. But yeah, the usage rate for Michael Porter Jr. is through the roof in Brooklyn. 'Cause they don't have
he's
anybody
the only
else.
guy. Right.
But we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, so Cam, be a part of this offense, and I thought he fit in. Again, we're 2 games in, but still, if we're judging Cam Johnson and where he's
better
at,
than the first game.
the first game he seemed out of sorts. Like he is, trying to pick his spots. No, you're here, man. You made it. You're part of a Denver Nuggets team that can make a championship run. So don't feel like the outsider. Feel like you're part of the crew.
I like that you said flow. Feeling the flow. Doing the bull dance.
Bull dance.
Working it. That's good. That's very good. Yeah, it's that not a forced shot. Not a forced jump shot where that rhythm that you're talking about, it's a catch, square the feet, square the shoulders, up, elevate, shoot my jump shot instead of catch, crap, shoot. You know what I mean? Like that's what it felt like in game number 1. And then by the way, with Cam, again, just want to talk about the comp between him and Michael Porter Jr. I don't know that Michael Porter Jr. could even execute a simple bounce pass that I saw Cam Johnson get. They're playing Phoenix. Phoenix sucks. They miss all the shots. So long rebound comes to Cam Johnson. Christian Brown's the outlet guy on the other side running up the court already with the long rebound. Cam Johnson gets the basketball, eyes down court immediately. Michael can't dribble, so he has to watch the ball dribble every time he's dribbling or he'll be turning it over.
Right.
So Cam catches the football, eyes down the court, sees CB streaking, a bounce pass on the money where Christian catches it at his hips, brings it up. Christian missed the dunk, but got fouled. Dude, Michael can't even throw that pass.
Right.
Let alone that pass on the money in stride
Yes.
to a dude that's going to dunk it in transition.
So
Cam's a great piece to this basketball team.
And Cam is a key piece to this basketball team. The faster that he gets it, and that he's not the new guy and that he's just waiting for it and picking it. No, you're into the flow. You're in the game plan. The faster he gets it, the more games this team's going to win.
And you know what? I tease this. It's 2 games now. And I already know that the head coach and the front office is better than the previous and more aware than the previous. And you know how I know that? Let me pull up the box score real quick.
Why do you say aware than the previous?
It's actually something that you and I had talked about with Jake Shapiro on when we did it Thursday when their season opener was. And it was about your dude, Julian Strother. And even guys like Deron Holmes. And now, if you saw the update, it's looking like Deron Holmes is going to go play G League basketball so that he doesn't just sit and rot on the bench all season.
Right.
Because he's not playing. I doubt they can do that with a guy like Julian Strother, but his 3 minutes of garbage time, the Jalen Pickett 3 minutes of garbage time, Spencer Jones didn't even get real run. It was 3 minutes of garbage time. Heck, you even had the human victory cigar that is Zeke Naji in a basketball game for 3 minutes. This staff, this front office, they know that you can't win and develop at the same time. It was one of the worst things that Calvin Booth ever said. We should have all known at that moment that it was over. You can't win and develop at the same time. This staff, this front office has chose their lane, and thank goodness they chose the right one. It's winning, and it has nothing to do with development.
Yeah.
I like Julian. I know you like him a lot.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want more, Julian to be developed this year or us to be broadcasting at a parade in June?
Yeah, I want competition, and yes, if we broadcast from a parade, we will be quite loose, so please forgive us on that day. And I love the fact that young guys, I want to see Deron Holmes, but not at the expense of like, hey, we've got to develop this guy. No, you don't. You got to win.
No, you don't.
You've got to win. I did send you guys the podcast interview where Deron Holmes talked about Aaron Gordon. Again, if this is the year of AG, to stealing a term from Romy Bean, the year of AG.
Plus, that's right up your wheelhouse. The meditation stuff.
I know. He meditates before games. He does yoga. He does all the things he needs to do to prepare himself, and he's a team player. Yeah, I think others are following suit. And those young guys, whether it's Strother, whether it's Deron Holmes, they're going to watch and see the competition they have to face, and they will be better, as good as they possibly can be. But you're no longer making excuses for young players because, well, that's what you have to do because, well, you drafted him or, well, you signed Zeke Naji to the big deal. Like, you're no longer making excuses for playing time. You're not doing it like the Little League thing. We got to get him playing time. No, you don't. You've got to win, and you've got a much better starting five and a much better bench than you did a year ago.
We'll preview the game a little bit more later on, certainly in our 1 o'clock hour, but they're back at it tonight. They're going to play Minnesota. This one's on Peacock, and it's not going to start until 7:30. Minnesota, by the way, playing in back-to-back games. They were against Indiana last night, and it's going to be their third game in 4 nights. It's early, but still, that stuff will start to add up, and we'll see what it looks like, how much juice is in this game with what's become a nice little rivalry between
No Ant in tonight's game either, so that takes away
so there's some of that juice.
Some of that juice that won't be there. And again, it's on Peacock.
It's on Peacock exclusively.
It's Adam Silver been fired. I want Robert Livingston fired, Pat Shurmur fired always.
Is
and
Peacock bad? Are we
Adam
mad that
Silver,
it's only on Peacock?
Well, why can't we just turn on our TV and watch basketball?
See what
Why do we always have to hunt and peck and what's on this now? We saw before the season and all the lists of like, this is the days that the NBA is on certain blah, blah, blah. The gambling scandal, which is only getting worse, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Silver is the worst commissioner in all sports. I know that baseball guys will chime in, but like, no. The watch that this thing is on.
Manfred's actually been pretty good the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Silver's making the NBA an embarrassment. Like, you have literal people, it was on social networking this entire weekend of like, is the NBA just rigged?
I want to go up to Adam Silver and be like, hey, I bet you're going to get fired. You want to make that bet? See what he has to say.
Yes.
I'm not that mad about it being on Peacock. I do hate because it's Monday Night Football, so you can't just go hit last button on your remote. You got to hit last, then log back.
You got to go to the app or whatever.
It's
a two-screen night, that's for sure.
I do have my second TV finally. The power cord arrived yesterday, so maybe I'm double dipping tonight for the first time.
Nice.
You know what you should be doing is getting signed up for the Fan Flyaway. It is back thanks to 303 Law 4040. This time we're sending one lucky listener and a guest to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. If you win, you're going to get 2 tickets to the Saturday round at TPC Scottsdale. Round trip airfare for 2 from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about some money to blow while you're out there? $500 worth. For more information and to register, head to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered one of our previous Flyaway contests, you're all good. You're already registered for this one because once you sign up for one Flyaway, you're entered for all future Fan Flyaways. All you got to do is wait for your name to be called, and that is just around the corner. All right, we'll get back to the Nuggets a little later on. I want to go back to the Broncos. I want to get back to the text line, our tribe members telling us which young fella impressed them the most, and hear a little bit from Bo Nix. What was going on in his head after the early interception? We'll find out next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over, and that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
As days get shorter and roads get busier, fall brings more accidents. If you've been injured, Postman Law is here to help. No fees unless we win. Call 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't let dirt, dust, and debris be the #1 cause of breakdowns. Fix It 24/7 gives you a complete top-to-bottom fall furnace tune-up for $39. Book now at fixmyhome.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
It's Reaction Monday.
Sitting atop of their division, a 6-2 record, something that they haven't achieved in almost 10 years. And it was a beatdown on the Cowboys last night. You know what makes it even better, Cease? Not only is it always good to watch your team win, watch your team dominate. That always feels good.
Right. Actual domination, Dion.
Yeah, that's actually what domination looks like, Mr. Sanders. Actually, Dion knows what domination looks like. He's just on the wrong end of it. You win, you play all that, you look that way, but you do it against the Cowboys. And the front-runner, phony-ass fan base that is the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Dude, I'm watching the Nuggets game Saturday night. And I was telling my golf friends this. I'm like, my golf friends are my basketball friends too, but it's like, you all were watching the Nuggets game last night. You see all those Cowboys fans in Ball Arena with Cowboys football jerseys at the basketball game. One, you look like a fool. Stop doing that. And two, then you had to go home and eat a bunch of crow because your team got boat raced by the Denver Broncos. So anytime my team wins, it feels great. When my team wins and just crushes the hopes and dreams of a phony-ass fan base like Dallas, it's like amplified by a million. I felt so good yesterday. I'm like, hey, CBS, cut to more Cowboys fans leaving the stadium. It's my favorite part of the game.
My favorite part of the game. Did you see the pictures before the game of Robson Walton and Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
And I was like, what's Robson really thinking right now? Because you're like, oh, dealing with Jerry. Hey, Jerry, this is the way you run a franchise. You give all the resources that are possible. You put the right people in place. You have a demand of excellence, and you don't meddle. This is the best ownership in football. I mean, already, after just a few years, I believe they're the best ownership in football. And it isn't because they're the richest. It's because successful business people know how to run successful business. Mm-hmm. Set it up. I'm expecting a lot now because you're getting paid a lot. You have everything. You have no excuses. Now go win. And don't meddle in the way that Jerry Jones does. They're in this situation because of the Michael Parsons deal. I mean, just all of these decisions that Jerry Jones.
They're in this situation because Jerry Jones.
Because Jerry, right. And no one's there to check him. And even though Steven, his son, tries to do stuff, Jerry's still meddling. Yeah. And that's why they're there. So, yeah, it's a nice little sweet taste on a Monday.
Steven has to live and die by the saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you. It's been feeding him his entire adult life, and he's in his 60s at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of say out there. There's also a cool moment. They cut to the owner's booth, and it's Greg and Carrie and the family there, and they got this cute little baby. And I'm like, look at them. They're even good at raising children. You know what I mean? They don't miss on anything.
You know who else was in the owner's box?
Who?
Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, Condoleezza Rice. I love saying her name. All right, well, I want to hear from Bo Nix. We've been saying it all morning, so let's hear Bo talk about it. The first complete game all year long.
We got a lot of potential. We played really well, just all cylinders. Run game, pass game, third downs, base downs. We played well in the red zone, scored points. I think only one field goal. Played well when we needed to. Our defense played well, got us the ball back a lot. Overall, really good performance by us.
All right, so yeah, all three phases played well. Defense played outstanding. Cease, I'll ask you this question. Offense, defense, special teams, which of the three do you go? You know what? It's Houston next week.
Yeah.
That group's showing up the same way. Which group is it?
Yeah, it's going to be the defense. Now, we have to watch Houston. We'll get more into the Texans as the week goes on, but is Christian Kirk going to play? Is Nico Collins going to play? That's their two top veteran wide receivers on that team. But I expect that defense to show up once again, and even if it is just 2 sacks, it also was 9 quarterback hits on Dak Prescott. So C.J. Stroud, hope you have an ice bath.
Well,
because the Broncos team is coming for you.
We said it on Friday that Dak Prescott had the 7th least amount of pressure around him, which has led to all that success.
Yes.
It still rings true that pressure around a quarterback's feet, lower half, they're going to look human. They're going to look human, and that's what Dak did on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, and that's what the Broncos defense did to him. So who's carrying it forward? Who do I have the most confidence? The defense, because they've done it more.
Yep.
The offense has done it once. And, again, not every game, is going to go perfect, where it's 4 quarters of perfect football. It still wasn't even perfect in this game, but it was clicking on all cylinders, as Bo said.
It started really, really bad. It started with an interception where we all went, oh, God, what's going on here? Bo Nix was asked about that after the game. What's going through your mind when you make that early of a mistake?
You just owe it to the team. You can't go in a shell the rest of the game. That's not going to do anybody any good, including myself. Definitely was, not happy about it, but what can I do? Go back and change it? Got to move forward. You can only change the future and go make plays, in front of me, and that's what we did.
I like that he said, I owe it to the guys on the team.
Yeah, right.
That's what leadership sounds like. That's a real sense of responsibility. When we've talked about the Nuggets, and I said I think Jamal understands the responsibility on his shoulders to help create Nikola Jokic's legacy. Bo is talking about that of like, hey, it's on me. I'm the face of the team. I'm the quarterback of this team. When I make a mistake, it trickles down to everybody. So it's actually more responsibility for me to go pick my guys up after letting them down. That's a great answer from a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, that's a young leader coming through with a great answer. And also on that throw, it's merely just him and Bryant got to get on the same page. It's Bryant learning how to run that route properly.
So Bryant ran the wrong route.
He essentially didn't flatten his route. He's supposed to flatten it. It's the right route. It's just in the way that you run it.
Instead of
back to the whole Peyton Manning, Demaryius Thomas thing. That 2-yard difference goes from a pass in the dirt to a pass in 88, right in the middle. That sort of not flattening your route leads to the defender gets an avenue to go pick off that pass. And with more time, Bryant and Bo will be on the same page.
I mean, how many, well, I guess Sean's throwing out all this stuff. I was going to say, how many times through the first 8 weeks has Pat Bryant been on the field as a real progression for Bo? Like, he's out on the field and he's your fourth progression, and you never get to your fourth progression.
He was playing 50, 60% of the snaps and not getting any targets because he's out there blocking. Right. And now he's getting some more targets. You block, you're going to get the rock.
That's right. Another thing that Bo talked about was what we talked about on Friday, and something that you asked him last week about that week of practice, man. It keeps coming back to that, how dialed in and focused they were at practice.
Yeah, Coach liked our week of practice. We all thought the urgency was up. Got to go stack weeks and, have a similar vibe this week and make sure that we're practicing hard Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday so that we can come out here and, do that performance over and over. And, it's tough when you get later in the season, bodies get more sore, get banged up. It's tough to stay mentally sharp and mentally tough enough to do it over and over. But got good leadership, and that's what we got to do again.
He's talking about great weeks of practice. It's a dangerous game here in Denver because we remember the Vance Joseph.
Right.
Man,
we had a great week of practice.
How'd you guys lose by 36? He's like, I don't know. We had a great Wednesday practice, and we keep getting beat by 36. This is something, look how dialed in, if you're Sean Payton, right? Look how dialed in you guys were. Bo talked about, in your answer, kind of having like an edge at practice.
Yes.
Look at everything that was there, and look at the results. Now, it's still strange to me, and we said this last week, that we're like, wait a minute, you're not dialed in at a Sean Payton practice? He seems to be like Mr. Dialed in.
Exactly.
He won't let anybody slack
right.
in any sort of way. But now not only did they address it, they had an approach to it throughout the week. It yielded these results. So now there is no slippage. There is no, hey, we need that edge back. That's who you are. That's how you practice, and it leads to those kind of results.
Yes, so why would you go back?
You wouldn't. You don't.
You shouldn't. If you're a professional, you won't. And that's the good thing about the Broncos is now that they've prepared this way, they've had the results in this manner, we know what we need to do. That's what they're saying. They know what they need to do to go out there and to perform a consistent 4 quarters of good offensive football. So whatever that was, and even Bo alluded to his answer to me of like, hey, we had been distracted. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he talked about like at practice at times, they wouldn't always have that edge. No, you need to keep that edge. You need to manufacture that edge if you have to. And whatever they did this last week, they carried over to game day.
Yep, it was beautiful to see. And the Broncos got it done in a major way. Let's check our X, something we do around 11:40 every single day. We see what's on our timeline that we think you need to know about. Everybody wants to know, with a struggling Browns quarterback situation, if Shedeur is right around the corner. Well, we'll find out from Kevin Stefanski coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, DenverSports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433. 4433.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. What if you could use the equity in your home to get cash fast? With no appraisal, zero hassle, and less waiting with Cake? You can. The Cake Fast Cash program is like turning your home into your ATM. People are using it to pay off high-interest debt, do renovations, tackle student loans, or cut monthly bills by hundreds, even thousands of dollars. The best part? Your current mortgage rate won't change. With Cake, you also get peace of mind. We're AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau and backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked Cake Fast Cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created a smart equity loan, a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment, giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing today and start saving now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Hope you're on Team Gets It. Follow us on social media at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy on Twitter. You're at Cecil Lammy on pretty much all of them, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
that's smart.
There's
followed suit on that.
I would say there's only one, but I'm actually the second Cecil Lammy because my grandpa was named Cecil Lammy. So
that's Mr. Lammy right there.
Yes, exactly. So I think Cecil Lammy's pretty much was available on all the platforms.
I'm at Joshua Dover Radio on all of them except Twitter. Maybe I should just change it.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't think I care that much. Right? It's Twitter.
They'll find you.
Sure.
Right?
If not, don't find me. It's all good. But at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy, hang out with us on social. And if you ever have a story you think needs to make the airwaves, and it does, well, we'll give your handle a shout out here on the program. First up, I'm staring at a tweet from Ian Rappaport, the little fella there on NFL Network. And he's got an update on the Browns QB situation that, of course, we keep our eyes and ears on here because Shedeur Sanders is involved, and he's the former Buff. But Kevin Stefanski told reporters the team is going to stick with Dylan Gabriel after the bye. There will be no quarterback changes. Stefanski talking about, hey, it's going to take some time. We're happy with what the kid is doing, and we want to see more, end quote. Shedor's making some progress in practice. We're going to continue to work with him on that progress. So Shedor's not playing, even with Dylan struggling and the team having a bye week to maybe build a player-specific game plan. It's not going down right now.
Well, I would say this. I personally believe that Kevin Stefanski is lying to us about Shedeur making progress behind the scenes. Again, from the people that I've talked to, is that, like, he doesn't know anything. Pat Shurmur didn't help him learn a pro offense at all. Like, as far as physical skill, Shedeur has it as a passer. He's not a runner, to be sure, but as a passer, he's pinpoint. He can place the ball 40 yards down the field on opposite shoulders. Like, he's advanced in those things, but physical talent will only get you so far. If you don't know how to run an offense because your college coach didn't care about, your college coach just wanted to make sure that your dad wasn't mad at him.
Yeah.
That was it. Pat Shurmur didn't do any good for Shedeur Sanders. So from what I know, from the people I talked to around that building, is he's so far behind. Prepare for that answer to be the answer the rest of the season. I don't care if Dylan Gabriel throws 4 picks or 4 touchdowns or whatever. It doesn't. Dylan Gabriel's progress, that doesn't matter. I think it's Shedeur just being so far behind. We probably won't see him this year.
Okay. Yeah, I actually read. Oh, it was just a tweet. Now that I'm thinking about it, he's a Buffs hater, so it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter then.
They were talking about Sean Lewis's departure. It wasn't a firing. It was a leaving because Shedeur wouldn't listen to him.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I'm remembering the person that sent the tweet, they're a Rammy and they hate the Buffs. That's how it's supposed to be.
Well, but we also know with Sean Lewis, there was that disconnect there of like, you're not just going to do what Shedeur wants? Oh, okay, we'll see ya.
Yeah. Well, because Sean Lewis
actually has an opinion and a backbone and a spine.
I was going to say, Sean Lewis is ascending.
Yes.
And will continue to get jobs. Pat Shurmur has descended, and nobody's hiring Pat Shurmur outside of Deion Sanders, so he's going to do whatever he has to do to fall in line and keep his job.
Right.
Even now, today, with what's going on there.
When I asked for Deion to hire pro coaches, you know what I got on Twitter? Sean Lewis is a good college coach, because you need good college coaches. CU has Deion's friends.
Well, Sean Lewis was ran out of town by coach and kid there, Shedeur and Prime.
Mm-hmm. So there went one of your college coaches.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting to see what this offseason looks like now with Boulder. And is he still the king of the transfer portal? There's still ex-college guys that want to come to Boulder and hang out? Or is it like, I don't need to waste my weekend and go to see you guys get beat by 45?
The hype is worn thin. Got to have wins.
It's almost gone. Almost completely gone. All right, this one real quick, just because I did mention a little bit earlier, but the Steelers uniforms last night. Why did I see multiple people on Twitter saying that they were cool? I thought they were the ugliest things I've ever seen on a football team, and I've seen the Broncos wear those mustard brown things before.
Yeah, with the vertical striped socks.
They didn't match, right? Like, it was weird. The yellows were different. I don't know.
Those uniforms have always been ugly. All it is people either trying to be kitschy or just trying to be different. Like, it's when people hate on the certain Chargers throwback. Like, the Chargers throwback is really good. Not the Savannah Bananas jersey they had. I did like the one they wore last week. But the Broncos throwback, that's excellent. The Buccaneers throwback
can't beat the Broncos
is excellent. So if you're hating on that, yeah, you're just trying to be different. And if you're promoting the Steelers throwbacks as cool, they're the furthest thing from cool.
Mm-hmm.
And that team, again, is fraudulent. But Mike Tomlin will have a job forever because just being average is okay in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's not okay here. If these guys win 10 games, go to the playoffs, and lose again, you know who's unhappy? Greg Penner. You know who the last guy I want to be unhappy is? Greg Penner.
Yeah. You're going to want to be on his good side for about the rest of your life. Cease, what's on your timeline?
Yeah, this one coming through. Broncos have tweeted this out. Bo Nix joined Hall of Fame quarterbacks Peyton Manning and John Elway as the only QBs in Broncos history with 3+ wins with 4+ passing touchdowns.
Wow.
I mean, it continues to happen with Bo. Not everything's going to be perfect. We're going to have our question marks, but you're seeing now when he's comfortable, whether it's fourth quarter against the Giants, fourth quarter against the Eagles, or the entire game against the Dallas Cowboys, a comfortable Bo Nix is a dangerous Bo Nix.
I'm so glad you used the word comfortable. The first Troy Franklin touchdown, where Troy's wide open, Go back and watch that. I'm like watching it, sitting in real time going, oh, God, he's going to tuck and run. And you could see he like pup fakes, brings the ball back. And I thought he was going to go east and west and try to scramble. He takes like a half a step forward. Doesn't get the full back foot plant that you'd like because you saw that the ball kind of come up a little short.
Yeah.
But enough to still get to Troy Franklin. That word comfortable fits that moment so perfect because he was uncomfortable because the pocket was collapsing on him. He took a half a step forward, made himself as comfortable as he can be in that moment, and delivered a dart to Troy Franklin. That's a perfect word, is comfortable, because he wasn't, half step up, became, and delivered a great ball.
Give me that Jameis. I got another one. This is from Next Gen Stats. We've seen the passing chart that's floating around. His 11.7, sorry, Stoke, I'm going to talk about it, air yards per attempt were the second highest mark of his career. But Dover, the fellas over there that talking to microphones and just replay what Todd McShay says as gospel, they said he was just a checkdown merchant at Oregon.
They did
Were they wrong?
Mm.
Why is everyone still stuck? And I say this as the draft guy, Like, why is everyone so stuck in their pre-draft process when, one, it was clearly wrong about Bo, and by the way, it wasn't their opinion. They were just repeating Todd McShay.
Yeah.
But, like, why would you stick with that when it's clear, even in the bad weeks, you're like, no, he can go downfield. Finally, he did. 11.7 air yards per attempt. How far is it traveling every time you throw it? An average of almost 12 yards. He was attacking downfield.
So a first down every time he throws the ball, huh?
Yeah.
That good? Is that good? Football experts
That's pretty
tell
good.
me. Is that good?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, don't need a doctorate to know Bo Nix is good. Damn good.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Don't. You got to be careful who you get your information from. Some people don't even do research and just regurgitate stuff. And by some people, I mean most of those guys over there. All right, Cecil, you got one more?
I got one more. It's from our buddy James Palmer. Heard from a few Broncos players that this was their best week of practice in a while. Crisp, detailed, great execution of the game plan all 3 days. Some think this is the beginning.
The beginning of something very special.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I want that moment. It's something that I try to do this regularly in my life. And Cecil, maybe you do this too because we're kind of cut from the same cloth here of like, I mean, what I'm doing right now, I'm hosting a radio show on The Fan. If you told me this 15 years ago, I would have been like, shut up, dude. You're messing with my emotion. You know what I mean? Like, and then you have to remind yourself sometime, like, where we were to get to this point. I hope that winning doesn't spoil that exact thought that JP's sharing on Twitter. I hope you go beat the Texans, right? You're feeling good. You beat up on the Raiders because they stink. And then you're going, oh, man, we have a Sunday, November 16th game against the Kansas City Chiefs. We're hot. They're starting to figure it out. And you don't smell yourself a little bit. Like that moment of, it's why we always talk about you never back a dog into the corner, right? Or those old sayings. That moment of desperation when you are at your best because you've hit rock bottom and there's nowhere else to go but up, that's when you create diamonds. I hope they don't get spoiled and forget that moment. Where it was a week ago as to where we think it can be by like November 16th, November 30th when they get back from their bye. I hope that feeling remains true inside that locker room until February, dude.
There's a philosophy of it feels good to you, it must be good for you. Now, that's not always the case, but it's repeatable. What they had wrong was correctable. What they have done is repeatable. And I think that's the most important takeaway from this game is you can do it again.
Yes, you can.
It's not just the Cowboys' defense sucks. It's your offense is a sleeping giant.
We will continue this conversation into our lunch hour. It was a rookie coming out party. Bo was balling, Sean was calling, and the defense dominated Dak. We've got some numbers that you need to know about Bo that tie him to John Elway, and we'll share them coming up next.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? How's the energy today? After a weekend and excitement with the Broncos game, how are you feeling today with your work week energy? Well, if it's low and it's only Monday, that's a problem, fellas, and it's low probably for a reason. If you're anywhere near my age, I'm 41 now, I started to feel different at about 36, 37 years old. I didn't realize what was going on until I met Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and set up my first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They told me when you get to your mid-30s, your body just stops producing testosterone at the same rate. You lose about 2 to 3% every year, but you start to feel that. And I don't want to live like that, tired all the time, no sex drive, no energy for the gym because I'm not sleeping through the night. That stinks. So I signed up for testosterone treatment on the day of my first appointment. They waived the $99 fee. Then they started sending everything to my house. I don't even have to leave the comfort of my own home to get the energy that I need to get through my work week. And it's all thanks to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So get there and sign up today. Or if you want to call somebody and ask questions, they're going to answer. And they're going to give you answers at 720-440-7900.
If you have a tax problem, fear and sleepless nights are common. This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. We've been fixing tax problems for a long time. Many of our competitors not only have you meet with a salesperson, but that person gets a commission based on what they sell you. At Advanced Tax Solutions, our licensed professionals never get a commission for selling you anything. We've seen a lot of resolution companies come and go, but we're still here. Check us out at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Saturday is not just another game day. DU men's soccer takes the pitch against ORU for their final home game of the regular season, November 1st, with postseason right around the corner.
Here comes Denver. There's a shot and a goal. Transition play. Bryce Willoughby. Denver strikes first.
The stakes are high. Every goal and every roar from the stands matters more than ever. DenverPioneers.com. Buy now.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Another victory for the Denver Broncos. They're 6-2 now, and they remain in first place in the AFC West after a 20-point beatdown on the Dallas Cowboys. Bo Nix was the best quarterback on the field. Sean Payton was the best coach in the building. And the Broncos defense, they made the Cowboys offense that was just so hot look JV in a win when they were completely dominant and completely in control. Look at the Denver Broncos, just a box score alone. The least amount of points they scored, and at least it's some, because they hadn't been doing any in the third quarter, was 3. That was in the third quarter. Everything else, they put up 2, 3 scores in every single quarter. They were outstanding. Bo Nix was balling. Sean Payton called a great game, and the Rookies had a coming out party, but I got a couple of numbers that I want to share about Bo Nix. And the first one, it does tie him to one John Elway, and it goes back to their first 25 starts, in which John Elway won 16 of the first 25, and thanks to the 44-24 win yesterday, Bo Nix now has won 16 out of his first 25 starts. That's the best record from a Broncos quarterback in their first 25 games in franchise history. Happens to be tied with John Elway and Bo freaking Nix. Pretty cool company for the second-year QB.
I mean, amazing, because that's a healthy chunk of games.
Yeah.
This isn't like, hey, a 10-game sample or 5 games or whatever. That's a 25-game sample. That's damn near 2 seasons of football. You know, if we go back to the old school 32 games, 16 games in a season. So you have this 25-game start with Bo Nix, and he's, you know, probably 65% of his full potential, maybe 70% of his full potential.
No, I think you're right at 65.
Yeah. We have so much room for improvement with Bo Nix that when he continues to start to get it and strives to be even better, we're talking about one of the top 10, top 7, top 5 quarterbacks in this league. It's there with Bo Nix. You just got to get there, and it's going to take some time. You saw clues and kind of a look at the future, crystal ball, if you will, this last Sunday.
He also had back-to-back weeks with 4 touchdowns. That's just him and Payton. Or Payton, I guess I should say, was the last quarterback to do that, to have consecutive weeks with 4 touchdowns. Now, I'm not looking at Bo Nix and say, this is who you are now. You go score 4 touchdowns every single
time, right?
That's an unfair expectation for a dude, because I still think they should be running the football, a heavy dose of J.K. Dobbins, a little bit more of R.J. And Bo will tell you the same thing. When those 2 dudes are cooking, it makes Bo's job a million times easier, and I don't care that it was Dallas and their bad secondary defense. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
When you're a good football player like Bo Nix is, when you're a good football team like the Denver Broncos is, you take advantage of bad teams. And you say, oh, you have a problem? I'm going to put my foot on your neck until you can't breathe anymore, and then we're going to walk away with a giant victory.
Well, you keep them down, and that's the thing. Like, if you look over this season overall, when you face bad teams, you're supposed to beat them down. I even thought the Cincinnati game, you should have scored more points. So I think 44, that's pretty good. I still wanted 51, just because of my crazy 51-50 prediction. Broncos win.
Would have been awesome.
It would have been great, but they didn't even need the 51 because the Cowboys couldn't do anything to get out of their way. And the Broncos defense really throttled them. So offensively, you did what you needed to do, and you know the key. The key for Bo Nix is comfort. The key for Bo Nix is like being steady with what you do, running what he likes, using a bit of tempo. Sean doesn't want to talk about it, but Sean did adjust. I know Sean he's probably difficult to get along with as a coworker, and I'm not even going to say probably. I'm just being nice. I know that he's old school. I know that he's hard-headed. I know that he's stubborn. I know that he thinks very highly of himself, but do not get it twisted. If he needs to adjust, he will. Now, it'll be behind the scenes. He may not even really say much about it, but Sean Payton will work together with Bo to find the best way to attack teams going forward. This isn't just old school my way or the highway Sean Payton. And I think some people out there are mistaken about that. We're seeing Sean and Bo grow together right in front of our very eyes. So let's continue that. Let's continue to find that comfort level. And then Sean does get to drop in more on a weekly basis as Bo gets even more comfortable with what Sean is asking him to do.
I mean, I think what you're saying about Sean is 100% spot on. He's not going to come out and go, yep, I've been calling terrible games. My game plans have been awful.
I'm horrible.
I got to figure this out. But just go back to last week's rush versus pass attempts. Bo threw the ball 50 times a week ago against the Giants.
Yeah, you don't want that.
They ran the ball. If I take Bo Nix rushes away, they only ran the ball 19 times last week against the Giants. Fast forward to this week, a healthy, balanced game plan that produced 44 points through the course of 4 quarters and not just a dominant fourth quarter. 29 pass attempts for Bo Nix. I think that's a perfect number. you're letting him kind of flirt with, walk right up to the line of 30, but not jump over that. There'll be a time where I want Bo Nix to throw the ball 30 or more times. It's not today. It's not coming against the Houston Texans. I promise you that. And then you rush for 28 versus the 19 that it was a week ago. Sean doesn't have to come out and tell us that he knows he was wrong. His actions spoke for themselves.
Exactly, and isn't that the best way?
It is.
The best way is not to be stubborn and stuck in your ways and this Broncos offense is not clicking. The best way is to be like, okay, what do I need to do? It's the man in the mirror. And yes, we're still going to play that on Fridays because I still want Sean Payton to look at that man in the mirror and continue to adjust. Kev got the numbers on first down in this game, the numbers that you were watching.
Mm-hmm.
It was 17 rushes and 13 pass plays on first down. That's outstanding.
That's what it should be.
Because that's where you can start. And not every carry is going to be 7 yards like that first one was for JK. But I'll tell you this, 2nd and 5 feels a lot better than 2nd and 10.
Yeah.
2nd and 3 feels a ton better than 2nd and 10. Because passing, when you pass the ball, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. Run the ball, set up Bo Nix, make him comfortable, and if Bo Nix is comfortable, he's a surgeon out there. He was slicing up surgically the Cowboys defense, making stick throws, making tough throws, taking hits while he was getting those throws off. That Pat Bryant touchdown, beautiful throw, he also took a hit on that play. That's exactly what Bo Nix needs to do. If he's comfortable, he's a surgeon. If he's not comfortable, things are a little more scattered. I like it when Bo Nix is sharp with that scalpel.
I do too. And we also asked on Friday, hey, is Bo going to play with an edge is the word that he used, so we kind of use that word, but pissed. Is he angry about how it looked a week ago? And I don't know that Bo, you know Bo a little bit better being down there for the weekly stuff. I don't know that he's ever going to show you the anger. No, I guess.
He did show me anger once.
Oh,
it was at the Senior Bowl.
But as a pro, I don't know that he's ever shown anger.
Yeah.
But you can sense some frustration from him.
Yeah. And, if he yells at Sean on the sidelines, it's fine. But maybe, just maybe, they were yelling in practice. There's an energy to this team.
Will we ever find out what Sean meant by making Wednesday feel like Sunday?
Not really. Not really. It's just, and then the clues that we have is that somehow they were distracted or not as necessarily dialed in on the practice field like they needed to be. Well, they certainly were this week. And now that they've learned, hey, we were able to take it from Wednesday to Sunday, they're just going to want to get Wednesday here.
It's almost to me of that Wednesday situation is inside those 4 walls that is Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. I don't even want to say they think because it's such a strong belief. They know they can be a good offense. And it's but this hasn't happened. This hasn't happened. And there's a variety of different variables. That Sean had a bad game plan. Bo made a bad throw. RJ didn't know where the hell he was going to go. Evan Ingram can't stay on the field. Troy Franklin was dropping the ball. Cortland's not getting involved enough. You know what I mean? Those are different cases every single week. And we put all that together under a microscope. They don't do it that way necessarily. And they go, man, we're just Cortland being involved from being a good team. We're just Troy away from making that big catch from being a good team. We're just RJ knowing his assignment and alignment away from being a really good football team. And then you finally have it click. But I would think if you're in that process, and it's the term we use so much, you can't see the forest through the trees, they go, no, we know we're right there.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of us don't see that nonsense.
Right.
So I think you take it as a Wednesday practice of hey, all the stuff we think we know, let's go show those mother bleepers coming up on Sunday.
I was going to say, that red button's right there.
So you know what I mean? It became, the belief became tangible, and maybe for the first time all year based off what we saw.
Yeah, and that's where you want it to happen again because this team, they know they're good. They know they have talent. They do. And with other teams trying to figure it out, even Kansas City tonight, probably going to beat up on the Commanders without Jaden Daniels, but that's a team that's trying to figure it out that's got championship resume. This Broncos team has yet to get that championship, but they're figuring it out, and it's who gets better, who gets better faster, in this cluster of teams. There is no gap. There is no spoon.
I was actually going to ask you, so now with that kind of win, that gap is, you don't even think there is one.
No.
I think it's certainly closing after a 44-point
Well, even last week,
performance.
Let's go back to that conversation. Last week you had said that Kansas City had a gap on them. We haven't seen them play yet this week, but do you feel similarly today?
Yes, but the gap is closing.
Okay.
The gap is still closing. Look, What Sean and Bo were able to accomplish yesterday is bravo. Kudos. I've got nothing bad to say about that. But it was the first time I saw it this year. Let's keep going. Let's keep grinding. Let's see this. Let's watch Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes tonight, see if they struggle or do kind of what the Broncos did yesterday. You're supposed to beat up on the Commanders tonight. They're banged up. They're hurt. If they can do that, I think that gap conversation is fair. But if they don't, and I watch the Broncos do what they did yesterday, well, then you're probably leaning a bit more with you this week.
Well, and the Broncos can get on this roll. They can be 9-2 by the bye. They can compete for the number 1 seed in the AFC. They can win a Super Bowl this year. You don't have to wait. Everyone has, it's my plan, it's timing. No. Timing, you have to make sure that you are taking care of your business. The Broncos are doing that themselves now. For the first time, this offense took care of business all 4 quarters. If you continue to do that, you're a team. Super Bowl 60 is theirs until it's not. I think that rings true even more so today than it has before, even through the struggles against the Giants or struggles against the Jets or whatever. This team can be there at the end. They see it. They know it. Do not think that I'm the only one talking about Super Bowl. I'm not. They're talking about it way more than I am. It's just that they don't say it publicly.
No, not anymore. They said it a lot. He said it a lot.
Sean did
early on.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was always with a qualifier of like, Bo Nix can be a top 5 quarterback in a year. Well, he can be that now. And he did say, I felt good about this team winning a Super Bowl, so that was about this year. Well, hey, I think everyone needs to come around and think the Broncos can be the best team in the NFL this year.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this then, with that same sort of thinking in mind. Right now, as we sit here, and of course we're prisoners of the moment, so we're fired up about what we just watched less than 24 hours ago. Are the Broncos a good team? Are the Broncos a great team? Are the Broncos a good team with a great defense? What would you qualify the Broncos? And let me tell you why I'm asking this.
Okay.
I've told you about Carrington Harrison. I think you know Carrington in Kansas City, who does radio over there.
Yeah, they hung up on you.
Yeah. And we're good. We're friends, actually. We're friends.
Okay.
He's a really good dude. And we've actually just become friends through this stuff, this radio nonsense. He texted me yesterday, and he's like, hey, do you think the Broncos are a good team? They're just beating up on a bad team. And so we go back and forth with him.
Sure, right.
And he's like, I'm going to put a poll out that asks just that. Are the Broncos good? And I'm like, Carrington.
Yeah, it's in Kansas City.
You're in Kansas City, and all your followers are Chiefs fans. What do you think the responses are going to be?
Exactly.
And he said, well, wait until tomorrow and see what it is. I'm looking at it right now. He got over 1,000 votes, and actually 61% of his followers said, yes, they're a good team. So to me, that's a really good sample size of their Chiefs fans first and foremost,
right,
giving some respect to the Denver Broncos. But at the same time, I know what it is. I can hear those little Chiefs fans, annoying little, I want to flick them off my shoulder of like, well, they're a good football team because of, and then you go, well, Pat Surtain or Zach Allen or Nick Bonito or the collective that is the Broncos defense. So that's why I want to separate the question. Are they an overall good football team? Are they a good football team with a great defense? And that's why we use the good word for the team, because the defense does the heavy lifting.
Well, I don't mean to get caught into semantics, but I will give you my opinion. My opinion is they've always been a good team. They were not. They were like a borderline very good team, but they've always been a good team. So I'm glad, Kansas City, you woke up from your meat coma and your barbecue. But like, okay, they're good. They're, baby. What are you talking about? Broncos good team. Of course they're a good team. I don't care if you're Kansas City or Timbuktu or whatever. Like, they're a good team. Are they a very good team? And then after very good, are they an elite team? We can look at the Indianapolis Colts right now and say they are very good, borderlining on elite.
I would agree.
And it has mostly to do with Jonathan Taylor, okay? And Daniel Jones doing his thing, whatever, don't at me, bro. But they're very good on the border of elite. I'd say the Buffalo Bills are more stuck in the very good thing. They don't look like the elite part. Of course, it's Sean McDermott, so Lord knows I don't have anything good to say about him. The Broncos are already good. They're entering that very good territory. That's where the Colts are. That's where the Bills are. I think this season overall has told us there's no elite teams in the NFL. But that just means if there's parity, oh, you got Sean Payton. Oh, you got Bo Nix. Oh, wait a second. Now we get to talk about the Broncos defense. If this league is full of parity and there's no one that's like, I don't know how you're going to beat those guys. Can we say that about any team? AFC, NFC. Can we say that about any team?
No.
No. I think the rest of the league can look at Denver and say, I don't know how we're going to beat Sean Payton's team if those guys are clicking.
See, and I look at it as, that's the defense. You know what you're getting every single week for the most part, right? There's some up and downs with guys like Alex Singleton, who was fine yesterday because he didn't get asked to do something he's not good at doing, which again is a kudos to the coaching staff. But if you go, hey, I know what this defense brings week in and week out, and then the offense is starting to figure it out, Sean's becoming a more balanced play caller, if that remains true, it is almost what you said. How are you going to score enough points on that defense that Bo Nix can't go get you for 21, 24 points?
Right.
It's a very great problem, or a tough problem for other NFL teams and rich people problems here for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, if they get it right. Like, it's on them. Their whole destiny, Super Bowl 60 is right in front of them. If they just go out and execute in the way that they can. They go out there and make sure that their offense is up to speed. Defense still has to do what they do, right? And we'll get more information. Sean Payton, I guess, this morning was not going to talk about Pat Surtain's injury.
Oh, he won't talk about injuries, remember?
Yeah, exactly. So he's not going to talk about it. We just have to wait till Wednesday. Honestly, we have to wait till Friday, see if the injury report is there for PS2. We'll get as much information as we possibly can.
Wouldn't we both imagine it's limited, questionable?
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen.
Maybe best case scenario, like limited, full.
Okay.
That'd be a best case scenario for Friday. But either way, like we know Sean needs to take care of his side of the ball. VJ's doing a good job, a great job. So let VJ continue to do his thing. But Sean, make sure that your offense is motivated as such, and make sure that you're getting used to utilizing all of the pieces in the way that you want to utilize them and that they can utilize their own skill set the best. You don't want RJ Harvey on certain looks, but the way RJ Harvey was playing and the plays that you used to get him the big touchdowns, that was perfect calls by Sean.
See, I worry. I don't want to say worry because that's the wrong word, but with the RJ Harvey kind of coming out party, he had an outstanding game.
Yes.
But just look at his carries. So he has the 7 carries for 46 yards. One of them came on 40. So his other 6 only went for a yard apiece.
Yeah.
Average-wise.
Yeah. Well, and is that kind of what you're going to have with RJ Harvey?
There's just a giant up and then some bunch of mediocre.
It's one of the reasons why when Harvey was getting even less than that, because that's not enough carries. He needs double-digit carries every single week. You got to get to that double-digit number with RJ Harvey. So even on this limited number, the weeks where it would be like 2, 3 carries, 4 carries, whatever, that big carry is always there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to execute it. Quinn Minor's blocking 3 guys on 1 carry.
Dude, you know what that
was awesome.
Like? He looked like, those videos where you're like, oh, there's a high school player that's going to a big-time college football program playing against a bunch of guys that are going to work for their dad in 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like. Like, oh, he's a different species than the rest of those guys out there on the field.
Right.
Quinn was a man on a mission.
He was crushing fools. So that big carry, it's always there with RJ. You just have to dig enough until you find it. That treasure is there with RJ Harvey. Sean can't go away from it. So it's good that came early and allowed him more opportunities later because you want to see if more of them are there.
It's what we talked about on Friday, getting Bo in a rhythm by less substitution packages.
Yes.
And again, it's something that Sean could do that's very, very simple. Hey, identify who your best players are. You and Bo do this. Hey, I'm comfortable with Cortland, obviously. I'm comfortable with Troy. I'm starting to figure out some stuff with Pat Bryant. Who are the best players? Put them on the field. Establish a rhythm. That means more RJ Harvey getting touches, not to take away from JK, to add to the running dynamic.
Well, and if we talk about RJ Harvey, this question isn't about RJ, but how many times do you remember seeing Tyler Bidet out there?
Well, 0. 0 times.
I saw him once or twice, where it's like, hey, Bidet's on the field. Yeah. And it's exactly what you need if RJ performs in the way that you want.
He did get 1 carry. He got 1 carry for 6
And the
yards.
thing with Bidet, you go, okay, last week when Sean says playing time's going to go up, playing time's going to go down. Based off of week 7, I was like, does he mean RJ? Does that mean Bidet is going to get more work? And then RJ came through. And again, that pressure creates diamonds. Hey, RJ, you didn't do what you needed to do in week 7. Can you do it in week 8? This league doesn't wait around for you to get it. You've got to go take it. And finally, we saw RJ Harvey take it and then take it and then take it again for 3 of them things. And which means we barely saw Tyler Bidet, which I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with that. Sean wants to use 2 backs. He did it yesterday to perfection.
So then why has he been messing with Tyler Bidet? Why has there been the up and down and the back and forth?
He trusts him.
It's just that, hey, I can't watch my quarterback get killed on third down.
Yeah, I can trust him in pass protection. I can trust him on certain run calls. Again, on, let's just say, for example, a straight up the gut dive play. That's probably not where you want RJ Harvey, but he was able to continue to be an inside out runner, which you love to see. Kev, how many snaps was it?
He had 11 offensive snaps.
11, because you did this, and I was like, is that 2?
That's 1.
Is that like
11?
Bang, bang, bang? Like, are you,
Bo does it, so you need to figure that out, okay? 11 personnel.
11. Okay.
So 11 offensive snaps and only got 1 touch.
Yeah. That's actually even too many snaps for my liking. But either way, we didn't really notice Tyler Bidet. We didn't need to because R.J. Harvey took over and took care of his opportunities. That's all Sean wants you to do. Mm-hmm. Sean's got to dial it up the right way. But then you, as a blocking unit, have to execute. That's a fat check mark. And then you, as a running back, have to execute another fat check mark for R.J. Harvey.
See, and I know that, all right, if Sean says Tyler Bidet is a better pass blocker than R.J. Harvey, I'm going to ride with Sean. He's around them much more than I am. And, yes, Sean knows more about football than I do. But I don't know, the whole blocking tight end thing, that you got to have a blocking running back. I say it all the time, man. Get your ass ran over. It's not going to look good, and you might feel bad about it, but who cares? Did you perform? Did you accomplish the goal? And the goal every time is don't let that guy hit the quarterback. Even if R.J. Harvey gets, bull rushed to the ground and looks like a JV football player, as long as Bo's standing upright and the ball goes down the field, I don't really care what R.J. Harvey looked like. Less moving parts for Sean Payton. That worked this weekend in a big way. Continue to ride that momentum.
Can I ask you a deep and personal question?
Sure.
We're bros, right?
We're bros, yeah.
We're in the trust tree?
Yeah.
Kev, are you in the trust tree with us?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's something I've never even heard of that she's wearing. Sorry, go ahead.
How mad were you when Troutman got that call on the pick play?
Yeah. I mean, it was like Romo said it too. All he has to do, like, you see the
Put your hands out. You don't stick your hands up.
Dude, you know what he could have done? He could have acted like he's catching a ball from a jugs machine. Just do this with your arms. Just do this with your arms to make it look like you're trying to keep running, and it would have been a perfectly executed play.
Yeah, he completely picked that player.
He
just stood there. It's almost like a pick in basketball.
In basketball,
except he put his hands up like, no, put your hands out.
Cover the jewels so you don't get kneed in one. He literally did that. He set a pick for Cortland Sutton.
Right.
So I was pretty upset, but it's like, I don't know. Those are one of those things that literally, if he just puts his hands up, if he just tries to walk in the direction of the middle of the field, that's not called at all. He did the one thing you couldn't do. Stop. And he stopped.
Yeah. You got to protect the jewels. I just remembered I got racked on Saturday night.
Really?
That Halloween party.
Yeah. What was your costume? I saw one photo of you, but it was only your face.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where was that at?
I don't remember.
I didn't know if any photos from that night were supposed to be revealed, but
someone at the party sent it to me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I got the where are you?
I got a lot of where is she? Where is it over? So no, I was gonna go as Captain Jack Sparrow, and then my daughter wasn't home to put my makeup on because he wears like eyeliner. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that myself. Yeah. So I just wore my cowboy stuff.
Okay,
it was easy. And so my buddy Pot Stoner Degenerate up there in Greeley, hi Jason.
What up, Jason?
He goes, is that just what Grover people wear? And I said, yes.
What are you, from Grover?
A lot of people thought I was from Yellowstone because that's what they associate cowboys with. So it's like, you're Rip. I'm like, yes, I am.
What was the best costume?
The best costume. They had 4 people dressed as Kiss.
That's pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah. Full gear, full everything.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah. And Paul Stanley was a lady.
Nice.
And
Gene Simmons just doing inappropriate stuff all night.
Paul Stanley was doing inappropriate stuff.
Nice.
That lady with the pasty. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was interesting, yeah.
Okay.
But our friend Kelly was dressed up like Rex Kwon Do.
I saw her Instagram.
Yeah. So she's like, "Who am I?" I'm like, "That's easy. You want a roundhouse kick to the face of these bad boys?" Yeah. And so she gave me a roundhouse kick.
Really?
To the midsection. I was like,
"Oh, Kelly,
don't do that.
Come on.
I'm the only one." No. I have to say, Sean Gates was Nightman. And his lady was Dayman from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, see, I don't.
But not many people got it.
Yeah.
But I am actually disappointed that not many people got it because that Dayman and Nightman was awesome. They played the song. There was a DJ, so they played the Dayman. Fighter of the Nightman, and we sang along. It's like, yeah, I don't care if y'all don't know what this is because it's cool.
All right, I like that.
I've always loved Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I played the part of old guy does yard work and then has to take Advil because his legs hurt so bad. That's what I did on Saturday.
Okay.
6 hours of picking pine needles. Hey, if you have a pine needle in your yard, cut it down, huh? You know what I mean? What do pine needles do? What purpose do they serve? Am I completely missing the boat? Because they do nothing but annoy me, and now you see me walking around the studio like I'm 95 years old. I feel like Stink. I'm walking around like Stink today because my groins are so tight. Unbelievable. All right. Well, hopefully you had a good time. If you were at a Halloween party, you were safe, and you made it home all right. I want to continue talking Broncos. The Broncos kept the NFL's best tight end in check after we had several questions about their ILB core. So, when they get Greenlaw back, how good will that unit be? Let's have that conversation next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, DenverSports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. DenverSports 1043 The Fan.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Mike Evans here. Copperhead Plumbing will make sure your plumbing is ready for winter. From drain cleaning, garbage disposals, leaks, water heaters, toilet repairs, and 24/7 emergency plumbing. Cold weather can mean frozen pipes, water heater issues, and small leaks that turn into big problems. So get fast, reliable service before winter hits. Visit CopperheadPlumbingInc.com today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing, keeping your home flowing all winter long.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, Broncos country, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. I want to reset the question we talked about a little earlier. You tell us which young fella shined the most. Who stood out to you between an R.J. Harvey, a Troy Franklin, a Pat Bryant? The young guys really showing up. Or Bo Nix. He's also still, I don't know if he's under 25, but he is still a second-year player. Answer that question on the RamosLaw.com text line. That's 303-713-1043. Hit us up there or over on YouTube. All you got to do is search the Denver Sports YouTube page, click the Dover and Cecil stream, and boom, you're in the club, you're in the crew, you're part of the tribe right there. Tell us which young fella stood out the most. We'll talk about what we want to answer, how we want to answer that, and get to some of your answers. But I also want to continue giving the defense some credit, Cecil. 41 rushing yards for Javonte Williams. Had the 2 touchdowns, but they were all for naught and, goal-to-go situations for Javonte. Held Jake Ferguson to 0 catches on the 1 target, and on that 1 target, it was the ball that Jahdae Barron come up with. So not only did RJ as a rookie have 3 touchdowns, did Pat Bryant get his first career touchdown as a rookie. Jahdae Barron got his first takeaway as a rookie as well. So they were outstanding. Oh, and by the way, Dre Greenlaw is going to be back at practice tomorrow and hopefully learned his lessons from chasing down referees and yelling bad stuff at them.
Right.
And he'll be around for the foreseeable future. So this will be later on in the week, but we'll revisit the Justin and Dre or Alex and Dre conversation. But, man, the holes that we thought this Broncos team had. One, Sean can't be balanced. He proved us wrong, made me eat some words with his game plan yesterday. Bo can't hit the deep ball. Well, he made all of you guys eat your words yesterday with what he was able to accomplish throwing the football downfield. And then that ILB position. They did it without Drake Greenlaw. Jake Ferguson came into this game as the top tight end in the National Football League after 2 months of play. And he did jack squat against this Denver defense with Alex Singleton and Justin Strenad.
Right, not with Dre Greenlaw out there. So that's a conversation we're going to have later in the week. But if we look at the young cats on this team, I mean, my goodness, the play of Jahdae Barron, the play of Chris Abrams-Drain, are we throwing him in the mix?
We should.
He's a second-year guy, and we've got to talk about him. If we're going to talk about other second-year players, and we're going to talk about Troy Franklin and what he did, Chris Abrams-Drain, a player that I guess I'm very protective of Chris Harris. One, he's a dear friend, and 2, like, that story just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? You're undrafted out of Kansas. You're a 4-year starter. Mike Mayock doesn't know your name. You know what I mean? Like, so the Chris Harris story is very, very special. I bring up Chris because Chris Abrams-Drain had drawn comparisons to Chris Harris, and that I always push back against. Like, he's not Chris Harris Jr., but he looked like Chris Harris yesterday. Getting the call up, playing on the outside. I've always liked him as a nickel sub-package player, like a slot player, and I always thought that Chris Abrams-Drain is going to be awesome when he replaces Jaquan McMillan in a year. Mm-hmm. Well, he was forced in the lineup and forced on the outside against CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and he held his own. Chris Abrams-Drain, a fantastic game from that young man.
Well, doesn't it tell you? Now, they did highlight this a little bit on the CBS broadcast when KAD had to come in for PS2, and they said it at the beginning of the game. Like, no, it's Riley on that side, and it's Pat on this side. He's going to shut down George Pickens. And then you lose that option. So as they talked about, you go 4 days in a row. Here's our game plan. Here's our game plan. Oh, we just lost the game plan? Because the game plan's Pat.
Yeah.
What Pat does trickles down to all other 10 guys.
Yes.
And it's their role defined by what Pat's doing. And then you lose that guy and you go, hey, let's not freak out. Let's not hammer that panic button. Let's trust in Chris Abrams-Drain. That sounds weird to say that.
That sentence sounds weird.
Yeah. And then they do it, and Chris Abrams-Drain answers the bell.
He
now,
responds.
He's not PS2, but he played good enough so that the Cowboys couldn't do anything. And I told you when me and Drew were talking about it earlier, if you're Dak and you're Dallas and you're that offensive coordinator and you go, they just lost PS2, throw everything out the window. Throw at that dude.
Yes.
And they couldn't even do it.
And they couldn't do that. So kudos to Vance Joseph in that plan, and then kudos to Chris Abrams-Drain for coming through with that game. He's part of the reason why the Broncos get this big win. It could have come back. I don't think you guys in the group chat were doing like victory laps, but I saw some on social networking, like some early, I do my halftime thing. I send out the GIF and like, hey, send me your GIF. And I had the Yosemite Sam dancing for bugs.
Cool. That was a cool one.
Because he was like, dance, Cowboys, dance.
Yeah.
But I saw a lot of overconfidence from this Broncos crowd. And there was part of me that was like, okay, but there's a lot of football left. There's a lot of football left, and things can happen. And then we come out in the second half, and Pat Surtain's not out there.
And you're like, uh-oh.
Oh, this is bad.
Sound like Carl Lewis at the national anthem.
Uh-oh. But the Broncos were able to react, respond, and play good football. So you love to see that.
You know what? I think you indirectly, you were just talking about me. And it's probably my own fault because I quote tweeted one of our station tweets, right?
Okay,
and And
at halftime.
Handles our social, at halftime.
Okay.
And it was, it was kind of what I wrote down. I said, Broncos, or Bo's ballin', Sean's calling, Dallas is done, Broncos by a million.
You did say that.
I did write that.
That
on
was
Twitter.
you,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I'm a part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I just thought, man, there's a lot of football left, and if they were to get hot, and then when PS2's not out there, if you were to make a directive of going after a young player like Chris Abrams-Drain, things could have been different, but the Broncos defense stood strong even without their best player.
We're going to learn about their best player. I'd imagine we should learn. Well, I guess not, because Sean didn't want to talk about it. Tomorrow they're off. So Wednesday is when we'll learn a little bit more about PS2. We also need to learn something about Marvin Mims. I saw my boy Rodney from Northland over on the RamosLaw.com text line talking about that dude headhunting Marvin Mims.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, he lowers his head. The sideline one?
Yeah.
He lowers his head.
Yep.
He puts the crown of his helmet to the forehead of Marvin Mims' helmet, and no penalty flag was thrown.
Right.
How? Why? What? You got 2 against Riley Moss when he's just touching a dude's shoulder pads, and there's a referee standing right there and doesn't call that play, which led to a concussion for Marvin Mims.
And did you see Marvin didn't know who to give the ball to? After that play, now he found another official, but the official was right
He's
there.
standing right next to him.
And I was watching Marvin be like, oh, God, he's got his bell rung, which is a concussion. It's a brain bruise, everybody. You have to take it incredibly seriously. Football didn't for years and years and years, and now they do. So we'll see him go through the concussion protocol. But that's a player that I want out there. You want to beat the Texans? Going to have all hands on deck. Whether or not the Nico Collins or Christian Kirk is healthy, we'll get that later in the week. But, yeah, no Marvin Mims would be something I don't want to see. I want Marvin out there.
And you're still unlocking things for Marvin. Like,
right.
Sean's still figuring the guy out
right.
in real time. So it was PS2, it was Marvin, and it was Nate Atkins that dealt with a leg injury. And Nate Atkins, all right, not the top of the priority list, but he's still a key player and somebody that Sean wants to use. So you certainly need Pat and Marvin back before the Texans come calling on Sunday. All right, we'll take a quick Broncos break, but continue to talk about the NFL and some college football. I want to look at a few games that we were highlighting on Friday in both the college and NFL world, including a tough loss for the Colorado State Rams. We'll hit that coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we can get this one out of the way, because there are some better stories to talk about.
Okay.
The Rams got destroyed in the border war. It was 28-0, and they played a little later, but not as late as CU. And I'm like, man, 28-0. All right, let's see if the Buffs can turn it around. How'd that work out for me? But The bronze boot, it remains in possession of Wyoming. The Pokes got it done in a big way in the Rams. They're just in a bad way right now. Offseason's going to do Colorado State a lot of good where they can start this thing over. They've ripped the Norvell Band-Aid off, but, man, they got to start completely over with recruiting classes. And sure would love for that boot to live in FOCO, but for the next 12 months, it will not. And I guess it'll be 24 months, but it will not.
Do you like those Wyoming jerseys, the coal miner jerseys?
I did, yeah.
They look really, really cool. Again, I'm not a fan of the font for the lettering. It's like super old Westy style. All right. At least Laramie has a Starbucks now.
Oh, they do.
When I was at Josh Allen's pro day.
Yeah.
And I need me some coffee, right? I need some caffeine, right? They had a Starbucks, but it was only in the Safeway. They didn't have like an actual Starbucks.
Drive-through one, yeah.
Right? Which was fine. At least I had something. I could get a cup of Joe, right? But I was like, wow, Laramie, you were
coming up,
still pretty backwards.
Yeah.
And my family's from Laramie, so it's like, oh, okay. Huh. They could probably, improve a little bit, get a little more modern.
Yeah.
I think they have Wi-Fi finally in Laramie, so that's good. That's good.
Yeah. They have smartphones now, right? It's all good now?
Maybe. They're like, man, we just got some 3G towers up here.
Right. Well, they got the bronze boot, so they're fired up about that. Another quick note, the top 25, the latest, there are Big 12 teams. There are 5 of them in this latest top 25. So I'd wondered earlier in the season how good that conference was. Well, good enough to have 5 of the top 25 in the polls right now. But a couple of college games, Cease, before we get to the pro level that we talked about on Friday. Ole Miss going to Oklahoma to take on the Sooners, and Ole Miss got it done again. Ole Miss is a good football team. I was telling you guys before we cracked these microphones when I was doing my my landscaping duties, and now my groin's hurt. I had the TV on the Ole Miss game and just listening to it as I was working out in the yard. And Ole Miss, man, obviously who the head coach is, draws a lot of attention, but that's a really, really good football team. Now, they're going to lose Lane Kiffin. So who knows if this is the last year of them being a really, really good football team.
Maybe to LSU.
I feel like the Running Rebels are always kind of this, we're going to be good, and then they stub their toe. Lane seemed to kind of get them over the hump. The Rebels are freaking good, dude.
How about your Hoosiers?
They're real good.
Number 2 team in the country. I never thought we'd see Indiana football at that level.
They won a football game by 50 points, dude. I was like, they scored 50 is cool. They won by 50 is all that much
That's even
better.
cooler. Yes.
And, dude, it's bringing out, like, I got a phone call from, Eric Goodman.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Goodman is a Hoosier. He went to Indiana. He calls me on Saturday. He's like, you believe this, anything? And I'm asking him questions. I'm like, have they ever been this good? And he was like telling me about stuff in the 80s. He had an awesome story about something in the 80s that I'm going to have to tell you. I can't share it here. And then, like I told you, I have my text thread with my grandpa and all my uncles. And my uncles have now bought Big Ten championship tickets. So, like,
whoa.
We got 12 tickets. Who's coming out? What do we got going on? And I'm like, hey, guys, they're going to play Ohio State, and it's probably not going to go well, but I'm down to go.
But you're going to be there.
Yeah. So it's a fun moment right now for Indiana football.
Yeah. We'll see how far that they can go. So college football always got something, and thank goodness we had better college football than we did pro football this week. Now, depending on tonight's game, did you know this? Got it from my buddy Mike Renner. Week 8 has a chance to be a historically bad slate. Only one game decided by one score, which hasn't happened since Week 14 of 1970, before I was born.
And was that the Jets?
And I'm old.
Was that the Jets game? Did that end in a score? They beat the Bengals, didn't they?
Only one game decided by one score. So that's Jets Bengals. Yes. 18.25 average margin of victory is the 8th most of all time.
That was this week's average margin of victory?
Yes.
And almost 3 touchdowns?
Yes. And then 8 games featured quarterbacks that weren't the week 1 starters. Again, a lot of backups in, not just, Joe Milton coming in, but like a lot of backups in, a lot of bad football in the NFL. So thank God we had college football to save us this weekend.
I mean, you can't get a home run every single week in the NFL, but that just seems very, very bad.
Now, these numbers are out here. We identify it, as in ingesters of all things NFL. Do most people care?
No.
Not at all.
What do you think the numbers were?
Out of this
20
world.
million per game?
Right. And then what's everyone else doing? Waiting for next Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm. One of the games that we did highlight was Philly and New York. I didn't even see it because I got
Did you watch it?
No, I got the notification that it had happened, and I said I'm going to go out of my way to not see it.
Okay.
The cam dislocation. I saw Jackson Dart's reaction. That was enough for me.
His foot was pointing the wrong way.
Oh, God. Look, as a guy that's crashed a snowmobile, landed in my...
Broke your femur?
I broke my femur, but it sheared off, so my leg was turned the wrong way.
Oh.
I don't even want to mess with that. I landed on my back, and my toes were where my heel usually was.
Oh.
And I picked it up, and I'm like, Dave, something's wrong, dude.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
It was the worst moment of my life.
I can't even imagine.
But yeah, so that's honestly, as we were having some fun with the Giants a week ago, that's a fun story for the NFL. Cam and Jackson and what they're doing in that market that is the New York market for an NFL team. It stinks for the young man that he's now out for, I mean, dude, a year minimum.
Well, and the thing about that injury is he's probably never going to be the same. So you just had like this little month or 2 month, not even that, because Russ started the season. You had like a month window of Dart and Scatterboot, and it may never happen again.
Well,
that's how brutal this game is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mentioned this earlier, but Chicago, Baltimore, the Ravens still found a way to win without Lamar Jackson. I actually really do like Ben Johnson. I just don't think Caleb Williams is ever going to be that dude that, we talk about elevating players and talent around you. I don't know that Caleb is ever going to do that at the NFL level. Is he?
No, because he doesn't fit with what Ben Johnson wants. Look at how Ben Johnson can put an offense out that'll get the ball on time and on target. Caleb's not that. He's a quarterback that can thrive in chaos, like play breaks down, use his legs, keep things alive. Ben Johnson wants you to be Jared Goff. Be precise, be on point, be on time, and that's just not going to happen with Caleb.
So that was one of the games that we were highlighting, and then Sunday Night Football. We talked about that because it was the jersey thing, but the Packers took care of business against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I kind of keep my eye on the Packers because me and Kevin, what was this, about a month ago, I guess, we were like, hey, I think that the trajectory that the Packers are on, led by Jordan Love, is something similar to what I think is fair to gauge Bo and Sean on the AFC side.
I asked 3 weeks ago, are the Broncos the Packers of the AFC? And I think that's a compliment. I think that's a high compliment. Would you want to see Packers-Broncos in the Super Bowl again?
I wouldn't mind that. Dre Greenlaw just going over a tight end, deflect it, Broncos win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Are the Packers a Super Bowl contender?
Oh, yeah.
I
yeah,
think so
for
too.
sure. Well, in the NFC, there's no elite team in the NFL, which is perfect for the NFL. But your very good teams, like your Packers, like your Detroit Lions, okay, but I can't say that it's finally Detroit's turn. It's never your turn in football or in life. You
There's
got
no
to
such
go.
thing as turns.
You got to take your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You got to go take that number. It's my spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's my bike, punk.
Right. Yeah, what it turns? What are we at the county fair with our
Right.
5-year-olds?
Right.
Come on, there's no turns.
Well, and that's why I get sick of every Josh Allen commercial I see. Win something, dude. And no, I can't stand the Mahomes commercials either, but at least he's got the hardware.
Yeah, he's earned it. You brought up Brian Kelly there real quick to just go back for a second to that. You know that it was Scott Woodward is the AD at LSU. He was also an AD that hired Jimbo Fisher. The Brian Kelly buyout's $54 million. The Jimbo one was 20-something. I guess it would have been 23 if my math is right here. So that dude, Woodward, is responsible for $77 million of college football coaches being fired and buying out. I hate to say this to a guy because I don't want to cramp a guy's style for their livelihood, but I wouldn't hire Scott Woodward if I were a college. Just me, though. That's just me.
Might be good business.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, let me tell you about the Fan Flyaway. It is back and it is here thanks to our crew over at 303 Law 4040. You're going to want to save that number in your phone. This time, we're sending a lucky listener and a guest to Phoenix in February. That's a great time to go to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Here's what you get. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale. Round trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Phoenix. 2 nights hotel stay and $500 to blow while you're out there. For more information and to register, hit thefanflyaway.com. If you've already previously entered a Fan Flyaway contest, you're already registered for this one because once you sign up for one Flyaway, you're covered. You're entered into all future Fan Flyaways. All you got to do is listen to the Fan for your name to be called. All right, We're going into hour number 4. We like to call it quarter number 4. We're going to hear from Sean Payton. Sean said he challenged his defense to beat a top-tier offense, and they responded. Does his offense still need to beat a top-tier defense? Let's talk about it coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with Todd Whalen from Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd, the government is shut down. The IRS is shut down. But what does that mean for folks who are dealing with the IRS?
Yeah, Mike, it's big news. The IRS has been laying off people again. So my advice right now really would be to take care of the problem while nobody's looking, especially if you have unfiled tax returns. It's better to kind of slip them in right now when nobody's looking. A lot less scrutiny. And so now's the time to get in and, save yourself the stress. The slower they move, the better job we can do and the better outcome you're going to have. But if they're hot and heavy on your back, that's not the time to take care of a tax problem. So for your own peace of mind and sanity, if you have unfiled tax returns, give us a call today.
There he is, Todd Whalen, with over 30 years of experience helping people with their IRS issues. Please take advantage of what he can do for you. Call Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter-Har Motors. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
hanging out until 2. We want to continue to hear from you guys. 2 ways for you to be a part of the show. We'd love to hear from you on the RamosLaw.com text line. And you can put your name on your text over there to get a shout out on the show. Oh, you know what? Someone's corrected me. The Fisher buyout alone was $77 million plus this 54. So still the same point. Don't hire that guy. Thank you for the update there, 303-249. You can also comment over on the YouTube page. Cecil does a great job of monitoring that and get you guys' voices heard in those 2 locations. Hit us up there. 303-713-1043 text line, youtube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream right there on YouTube. So, Cease, we know how good the defense is. We know that we have a lot of faith in this defense holding their own. We figured out that we can have some trust and faith in a guy like Chris Abrams-Drain after what he was able to accomplish stepping in for PS2 yesterday. But Sean Payton said something after the game that made my ears perk up a little bit, and I went, hey, I wonder what that would look like if it was reversed. So what you're going to hear Sean say is a challenge that he issued. And while you're hearing him describe this challenge, think about the question that we're going to answer here. Cease, you, me, the tribe, Kev, whoever wants to get in on this. Should this be posed the other way as well to Sean's offense? Payton said he challenged his defense to prove that they can not only hang, but beat a top-tier NFL offense.
I love the fact that we took one of the top defenses in football against one of the best offenses, and we won, all right, on that side of it. And then the other side of it, it wasn't close. So I was proud of our defense. We challenged them like, hey, we'll get a chance to see, we're not playing maybe some of the teams we've had prior, but they responded.
They responded, and I love that, and we won. Yeah, you certainly did that. So, Cease, I'm not necessarily saying this is how I feel, but I know there are a bunch of people that love to play this card. They're goalpost movers is what I call them. When Bo does well, when the Broncos do well, when Sean shines, they go, yeah, but there was this, or this that happened.
Right.
And this week's yeah, but is no Diggs, no Wilson. They lost another player in the secondary in that game last week. So they were without 3 starters. That's a lot of the yeah, buts. So does that yeah, but mean we still need to see Bo and this offense do it? I mean, heck, it could come as soon as this week. The Texans didn't look the part this last week, but they do have a pretty solid defense. They do have a really solid pass rusher there for the Texans. So is there a yeah, but in your mind, or do you go, oh, you can only play who's in front of them?
Right.
And they executed how you think a good team would execute when playing third-string secondary play.
Yeah, when you have a bad defense that's beat up, you put it on them. And that's exactly what the Broncos did. So if it was a conversation, if it's a win, that's all that really matters. I feel like that about the Jets game, right? Like, you should have played better against the Jets. I feel the Bengals game, you should have scored more. Now they did score more against a bad and beat-up defense. So it's not, oh, yeah, well, the Broncos can do that because they're facing Dallas. No, the Broncos can do that other weeks as well. This is the first week they played that complete game. But I look at it as that's who your opponent was. They lined up. They're not good. You were good. Yeah. And you have to put it on them. And that's exactly what the Broncos did. So I'm kind of done with the haters right now. The Bo Nix haters, the Bo Nix doubters. This team, there's a garbage team, whatever. Like, no. Let this thing play out. They are definitely in the very good category in a league where your best teams are only very good. There's no elite level team. So, yeah, you faced a bad Cowboys defense and you beat them up. It's exactly what you should do.
Yeah, I tend to lean with you a little bit more. Now, with that said, I agree with you for the most part. With that said, and I'm not saying you don't believe this, Cecil. You go do it. All right, you take care of business against Dallas. You go take care of business against Houston, and you score at the rate that they were scoring, and you have a healthy balance between run and pass the way that they did. It's almost like I said earlier with the Troy Franklin thing. Troy Franklin stood out to me because he already did it once, and I wanted to know if that was a flash in the pan. I can almost feel that same way about this offense. Was that who you actually can be, or was that just a flash in the pan because there was an inferior opponent across from you? Go do it against Houston, because then the buts start to go away.
Right.
The goalpost movers, they're too heavy to move at that point. Like, you can't say anything.
Yeah.
You can't move anything back because they've proven it against I'll say it, an insufficient defense, an inferior defense.
Inferior,
the
yeah.
Cowboys. But you go do it against Texan at their home field. Let's see what the conversation is there. I think those folks that doubted and were haters at times, they're going to run out of things that they can say to try to knock Sean or Bo off the pedestal that they sit today.
I can't wait for that to happen then, because there's no need to make wide, sweeping, all-inclusive statements about this Broncos team. Just like live, football is a work in progress. So where are the Broncos at in their work? They're doing better things, right? They're clicking on all cylinders offensively. You've got a much tougher Texans opponent. Like, yeah, you can look like this going forward. So if you're the Broncos, don't worry about the outside noise. Worry about taking care of business. And I'm glad that Bo Nix has that mindset of he's not going to get too high with the highs. He's not going to get too low with the lows. And, he's always thinking about his teammates. Even the Pat Bryant touchdown. Like, all these rookies, like, dropping the ball and, like, forgetting. That's your first touchdown.
He, like, threw it towards the stands area.
Yeah. And then Bo goes over. It's like, that's yours. That's yours. That's your first touchdown. So always on the lookout to support his teammates, and that's what a great leader does.
Do you have any sports memorabilia of, like, things you've done playing sports?
I mean, like some rodeo ribbons and stuff like that.
Okay.
There's a trophy in Grover that I'm on for our state runner-up in the state championship. So, yeah, I mean, a few things.
Yeah, I don't know that.
It's not like I have a trophy room. I'm not Philip Lindsay, right?
Right.
With a bunch of trophies and a bunch of accomplishments. But, yeah, I've got some stuff.
Yeah, see, I don't have that many. I'm like, you see that one? North Glen Rec League, 40 and over. So I didn't really keep that stuff,
Now, all my they're ribbons in rodeo. All my ribbons, I think I have in a box in my garage.
No belt buckles? Do you win belt buckles? I thought you won belt buckles.
Yeah, belt buckles are part of it too.
Okay.
So
see, that might be cool, like a belt buckle on display.
But the problem is for me, it was like Little Britches rodeo stuff. So it was when I was a kid. So any belt buckle would be like tiny.
Yeah,
it's like a man-sized belt buckle.
You're like,
yeah, you win belt buckles, you win saddles. Sometimes you can win a truck or a horse trailer.
A truck?
Uh-huh.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Saddles are pretty expensive too.
Oh yeah, it's all expensive.
Yeah, I guess that's very true. The other thing that Sean was asked yesterday was about Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin went off. He led the team in receiving. Second time this year he's done that and had a couple of touchdowns. So Sean was asked the question, Coach, was that a product of the Cowboys being really, really bad on the back end, or did you have your game plan set up for Troy to succeed?
It really is hard to go into a game and say, I think such and such is, it's hard to predict that. Cortland, or there are all these different opportunities, and they just unfold sometimes in a certain way. In that video last night, though, there were 2 or 3 Oregon fight songs. There were 2 or 3 SMU, the whole group of them, and it's just hard it's hard to predict how it comes out.
All right, so hard to predict how it comes out. So it doesn't sound like it was like, hey, this is a Troy Franklin game. We're going to take a huge advantage. Am I crazy to think that, all right, well, then that means Bo is responsible for that? Bo recognizes, obviously Troy doing the running and catching, but like Bo recognizing, hey, giant mismatch here. Let's take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, Bo's going to see the entire field. He's going to read it well. And it's one of the reasons why him and Drake May lead the league in those downfield touchdowns outside the numbers. Got 9 of those things.
Yeah.
Outside the numbers, leading the NFL with Drake May. So
how about the 2 hottest quarterbacks in the NFL, Bo Nix and Drake May?
Being second-year guys. Yeah. And is this some sort of rivalry? I'm not afraid of anybody. I want the Broncos to go back to Buffalo if you have to. How about have Buffalo come here? That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of the Colts. Not afraid of the Chargers. They got to beat the Chargers. They haven't done that with Bo Nix. So go ahead and take care of that in Week 18. Like, yeah, this team can hang with anybody. And this team might be the number 1 seed in the AFC, something I never thought would happen.
Yeah, it's Kevin just mentioned in my ear. Do we get is this the makings of Manning Brady 2.0? Broncos Patriots?
Did they say something during the broadcast about Manning Brady? Because it was Tony Romo pumping himself up. Like, there's only so many teams that have had quarterbacks with 10-decade plus of back-to-back quarterbacks.
He's put himself in the group.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, me, Tom, and Payton over there. It's just the trio with the wolf pack.
And they did mention Brady Manning, didn't they, on the broadcast?
I remember Manning, Romo a bunch because of the shootout
I tried to
game.
tune out Tony Romo as much as possible.
They did give us the bootleg. They showed the bootleg.
They showed the bootleg
back into the game.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. All right, so a couple things there from our guy, Sean Payton. We're going to hear from Bo Nix coming up at 1:30. I do want to go back to the Buffs beatdown. Is this a sign as what the rest of the year is going to look like, or is it a wake-up call that will lead to some wins? Who the heck are the Buffaloes, and what kind of program does Dion really have up in Boulder? That's coming up next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cool nights are here and winter is on the way. Protect your home with the strength and beauty of Infinity by Marvin Windows from Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. This month only, save 25% on windows and 20% on James Hardy siding. With flexible financing, no interest options, and 0 down. Upgrading has never been easier. Call today at 303-794-0490 or go to windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, trusted by Colorado families for over 50 years.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's holiday season again, which is great, but also a time of great stress. Planning and paying for friends, family, bills, gifts, etc. can make what should be the best time of the year into the most stressful. At U.S. Mortgages, we want to help reduce stress and debts. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed, 5.81 APO.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. If the market improves after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Lower your bills and stress, save money, and no payments until January of 26. Plus, access up to $15,000 in cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter.
Last year with Shador and Travis, because Cecil, it's not good right now. The Buffaloes were beat down. The Buffaloes were embarrassed by Utah. And really, now it's weird to say like their backup quarterback, because Bird Ficklin, he's going to take that team places here in the foreseeable future. But right now, he's not even their starter, and he made the Buffaloes look JV. Talk about inferior.
Yeah.
That's who the Buffaloes were on Saturday night. And look, we can talk about how it went, why it looked like that. We're going to hear from Dion in a second. But, man, if you're not alarmed right now as a Buffs fan, and look, let's not get stuff twisted. Cecil and I are Buffs fans, but we keep it real. We tell the truth, and we give our honest opinion about the sports teams here in the city, even if we do want them to win. I watched the Buffaloes team quit on their head coach.
Ugh.
I watched them start to play the clock instead of the opponent because they wanted to be done just as much as we wanted to be done.
Right.
That means, and I guess you can get it back, but in that moment, my thought was, well, first of all, I was like, what the hell am I doing watching this at 11:45? Go to bed. And then second was, those guys, did Dion already lose that team? And maybe it's not because of Dion, but it's like, oh, Pat doesn't know what he's doing. The whole team knows that except for the coach. Robert Livingston has fallen back to form to not who he was a year before, and I guess having Travis Hunter really helps that situation. But that was one of my major takeaways on Saturday night is like nobody really has control of that team. I'm watching a group of young men quit on their coaches.
Yeah, they quit on Dion, and yeah, he's lost him. Until we see something different, a better effort. You can't come out of your bye week talking about dominating and then go out there and get waxed like that. Absolutely an embarrassing loss from Deion Sanders and the Buffaloes, and they don't look like they're playing for him at all. We can tell even, let's say, the New York Jets, they were playing for Aaron Glenn. We could tell that. You can see it. With Colorado, and perhaps this is a larger conversation because it's the way Deion crafts this team, when you get a bunch of players, and it's, what was it, number 33, top of my head, when you get a number of players from the transfer portal that have, tens of thousands of experience in terms of minutes when it comes to snaps and playing time in college football, do you really have a team? Can you be cohesive when you're picking from here and here and here and here to put it together for 1 year?
Yeah.
And then that was it. So maybe just the way Deion approaches this not really putting a fence around this state, won't go in a living room somewhere.
Yeah, literally won't go.
I know you're Deion Sanders, but if every other college football coach is going to be going and sitting down and talking to mom and dad and I'm going to put your son in the best spot, well, then you should do that too. You're well paid.
If Kirby Smart's sitting in someone's living room, Deion, your butt should be sitting in someone's living room. Kirby's got trophies on the wall, my man.
Yeah. So have they stopped playing for Deion? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's completely obvious unless you wear a gold chain. Now,
where are the blog boys at?
They're awful quiet right now.
I got someone to dunk on Twitter later. Hell yeah.
But if you look at just the way Deion wants to build this team, is it just always going to be like this unless you're winning and you have a winning culture? What is the culture at Colorado? Go to class so you don't get benched, come back from the bye week early, lot of hype, not a lot of wins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And is that the culture that's okay? Now, compared to what they were, and that's the problem, where they came from to what Deion made them interesting, made them a national story, but we can't always be looking at pre-Deion.
That's what I was going to ask you. Should we stop doing that?
Yeah.
Last week I said Sean's got to stop talking about New Orleans and Russell.
Yep.
I'm guilty of it too, so I'm a part of it.
We all are.
Should we just stop talking about what it was pre-Deion and focus on what Deion has got or accomplished so far?
We're just so happy that it's not pre-Deion. We're ignoring what's the problems with Deion.
Great way to say it.
What's the problem with Coach Prime in this situation? Is one of those just the mere fact of you're not ever really going to build a team with him. You're going to get a bunch of mercenaries. You're going to pay whatever money you need to pay, and you're going to have a bunch of hype. I would rather have wins. I would rather have a team that you can grow together with and that you can know, and that you know, hey, you recruited them and they stayed together and they build something and then you make a run for like a magical year or two. But this, the way it's built now, it's probably going to be like this, and you're just banking on the success of basically your quarterback next year.
You know what we are right now, all of us collectively as Buffaloes fans? We're that guy or gal, and I think everybody's either been in this situation or been close to the situation with one of their close friends. They're happy they're in a relationship person right now. You're like, man, I spent all that time alone. I was by myself. I was always fifth wheeling it, and now I'm in a relationship. And sure, she doesn't answer her phone every other Friday night and her location gets turned off. But I'm still in a relationship, right? Isn't that kind of what it feels like? Well, hey, Deion's our coach, guys. Let's all be happy about that.
Right.
Well, no, let's set some real standards. And if Colorado Buffalo football really is getting back to what Colorado Buffalo's football was back in the 90s when we're fist fighting over starter jackets, well, then we need to hold Deion's feet to the fire. He has not been good enough. And I'm not saying he needs to be fired today. I don't believe that.
No, well, they can't. They can't.
Oh, yeah.
They can barely afford him now.
Well,
you can imagine them trying to buy him out?
Even if that were the case, I wouldn't be calling for his job today. Would not be. When we get to the end of the year and they have 2 wins, maybe we have another conversation. But today I wouldn't be calling for that. But why are you still employing Robert Livingston? Why are you still employing Pat Shurmur? It should probably be Pat. But the stuff that Deion says and those glares and the staring down, walking behind him on the sidelines, makes me believe it would be Robert Livingston. Why has nothing been done here today?
Can you not afford that either?
That's a great question.
That's the only question. That's the only response I would have.
That's a great question.
You're either not paying attention, which is terrible, or you can't afford it, which is also terrible. So why aren't their coaches fired today? Maybe they can't even afford to pay a replacement, or
because you buy out the contract and then you have to pay the next guy.
Yeah,
so
and then you're paying on that. You're double paying on your offensive coordinator or whatever. That's
exactly what it is. Actually,
then that's what it is. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't afford to get rid of Deion. You can't even afford to get rid of Pat Shurmur. Really?
And you know what else I kept thinking about Saturday night? When again, I'm like, why am I up watching this? What the King told us, Trent Finnegan, about the exempt status of DeKalen Taylor, specifically DeKalen.
Yeah.
Of like, all right, you want to act surprised? Well, your own team kind of punted on the season by putting a player exempt that could help you win a football game. So maybe none of us should be surprised. They showed us who they thought they were by putting DeKalen Taylor. Well, they put him on Thursday's practice or injury report.
2 years of fun with Deion. Is it worth this?
Right now, it's weird to say, but it is for me still.
The 2 years of fun that we had.
Is it for you?
Yeah. Now, next year...
Doesn't it feel gross saying that?
Yeah, it does. But next year, we're going to have a real conversation because you have to be a coach. You have to be a recruiter. And apologies, this is the world of college football. That's why Nick Saban got out. You have to be so much it's all encompassing. It's all enveloping as a college football coach. And Deion doesn't seem to be at the point in his life where he's willing to do that.
Yeah.
But you've already paid him. So you put yourself in a corner as a university of like, Deion's actually more valuable to the university than the university is to him.
Damn.
And that's the wrong spot to be.
Ross up in Loveland says, Prime's all about flash, and a flashy, randomly created roster does not make a team. They're done. Ross, that's very well said. Kind of echoing on what Cecil was saying there about just living and dying in that transfer portal, and it feels like they're dying by it right now. So,
yeah.
Tough break for the Colorado Buffaloes. There is one more thing I wanted to play from Prime, and we'll do that coming up next.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Don't miss Colorado football's 2 remaining home games of the 2025 season. Celebrate homecoming with the Buffaloes as CU faces the Arizona Wildcats on Saturday, November 1st. Then lock in your seats for Senior Day against the reigning Big 12 champs, Arizona State, on November 22nd. Great seats are still available at beautiful Folsom Field. Visit cubus.com/tickets or call 303-492-8282 and be there as Ralphie 7 leads the charge for your Colorado Buffaloes.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are you a first-time home buyer? Are you trying to lower your existing mortgage payment? Do you need cash from your equity? For most people, getting a mortgage means endless paperwork and weeks of anxiety. But with Cake Mortgage, our process is simple, fast, and hassle-free. Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or looking to tap your home's equity, our team guides you step by step so you always know what's next. Our thousands of 5-star customer reviews will tell you no one can do what Cake can. So stop stressing and start saving fast with Cake. Your fresh-baked Cake home mortgage is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com to learn more now.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair.
Need a new water heater? Euro Plumbing has lifetime warranties, great financing, and low pricing. 720-500-3000. 720-500-3000.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
I want to finish and wrap up this Buffs conversation real quick by hearing from Deion Sanders. He was asked about, hey, with a few games left, 4 games left, and you're still not bowl eligible. Is that something that you're thinking about or focusing on, Coach?
We ain't thinking about no bowl right now. We're thinking about this moment. Let's grade this moment. Let's figure out why this happened, and let's make sure the precaution it don't happen again. But let's identify why. Let's identify the why first. That's what I want to know, why. Okay, what about this play? Why? Who was that? What about that play? Why? Why can't we get the ball off? Why? I need to know all these whys before we can move on and even think about something down the street. I'm not a down the street thinker. I'm a now guy.
Not a down the street thinker. He's a now guy, he says.
Really?
Yeah,
Is that the case? He's thinking about the why thing during the game. Why that play? Why that play? Coach, you're there with a headset.
Were you thinking about the now?
You don't hear that play come in and be like, why are we doing that? Right then, on the moment.
Was he thinking about the now when he took the bye week to go to Texas and fish at his compound?
Right.
You think about the now then?
I'm not a down the road guy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're well paid to be a down the road guy.
And I would say this, they're 9-10 weeks into their college football season, and is that the first time you're asking why?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big problem.
Well, again, where's the why with him?
Didn't you get beat the heck up by Houston 6 weeks ago?
Where's Deion saying, it's my bad letting this offense fall off? I know good offensive football. I played in the NFL for blah, blah, blah. Yeah, why? Where's the you? I got that question. Where's the you, Deion? Yeah. This is on you. At the end of the day, we can blame Shermer. We can blame Livingston. Both of them need to get fired, and perhaps they will. Deion will not get fired. They cannot afford a buyout for Deion. So anyone suggesting Deion Sanders gets fired, that's not going to happen. Next, what can happen? You can start answering the questions for your errors. You can't just keep passing the buck. You can't just keep putting it off on everybody else. This is on you, Deion. This is your watch, your team. It's Coach Prime. It's your thing. Why does it look so bad?
Even when assistant coaches or coordinators fail, the head coach is still responsible. Who hired him? Who gave him that opportunity? Who fired, and like I said, maybe saw Sean Lewis walk away, and you had already hired Pat Shermer as a consultant and then just let him slide into that role. You went and got Robert Livingston, who was good last year. And it turns out the talent was, picking up for some of the departments and areas that Robert Livingston lacked. So, again, I get it. I'm not thrilled with Pat Shermer or Robert Livingston either, Deion, but you are where the buck stops, as Cecil said. You hired them. You brought your big-name NFL coaches to this without real coaching experience. And I don't want to sit here and go, Marshall Faulk can't coach. Warren Sapp's not a good coach. I don't know that that's fair to those guys. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing right now because they've never done it before. And then you're asked to go do it at a Big 12 level where they're playing some pretty decent football. Told you earlier, they got 5 teams in the top 25. Other teams in the Big 12 are figuring it out, and they're lapping the Colorado Buffaloes in that process.
We're watching, earlier it was on college football, recap, right?
Yeah.
And Heather Dinich is on, and they're talking about all the openings in college football. And there's a lot. And no, there's not going to be one at CU. But I merely thought of this. because I'm looking at Brian Kelly with LSU and how that's fallen apart. And he's a fraud anyway. He always was with his fake accent. And the internet is undefeated with his fake accents. But I thought of the standard at LSU. Pretty high, right?
Yes, it is.
Why is it acceptable for the standard here to be low? Because it's not pre-Deion? Because they're not the 120th ranked team? Is that why? Where did the standard go at Boulder? Like, it went away at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It went away for like 10 years.
Sure did.
But it's back in a big way. Where's the standard up at Boulder? So I thought, as I'm watching this conversation about who's LSU going to hire, are they going to go grab Lane Kiffin or whatever? Like, what's LSU going to do for this power move? It's because they're serious about college football. Can't you say with certainty that Deion Sanders, even in the quote-unquote good times the previous 2 years, they're just unserious about college football? Still to this day. It's better than it was when they were the worst team in all of college football, or close enough. But are they serious now? Can we actually say, no, they're serious about college football? Or, well, hey, they got Deion and they got the Flash and they got, hey, go buy your Coach Prime shirt or whatever. Like, I don't think they're serious about college football. I know LSU is. Look at how much they paid to have Brian Kelly go away.
Is this, am I overstepping my bounds? Am I becoming a habitual line stepper if I say they're serious about something up there? It's selling Deion merch and getting him in front of TVs.
But I thought he's not a down-the-road guy. I thought he's a now guy. Well, now your team stinks, Deion. Right now, your team stinks. So maybe you can think about the now and the down-the-road thing.
That wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad at all. But, yeah, Deion's not going anywhere. I thought we would have news. It's 1:37 on Monday. We're 48 hours away from the beatdown that was against the Utes, and still nothing. Still radio silence up there in Boulder.
Then
all we have is that he's embarrassed about it.
Maybe tomorrow at his presser we get something, but outside of that, no, we won't. And we're going to get the same song and dance. Don't dare use the word dominate, Deion. We're going to get the same reporters that are afraid to ask him any questions. We're going to get the same bunch of bogus stuff. I'm trying not to cuss. That we're getting from Deion this year. It had to be better. They had a chance. They've got talent. That's the thing. They have talent. They're just not very well coached. And that's why you see the frustrations on the field. When your quarterback and Ryan Staub is arguing with Jordan Seaton over a play call at the goal line.
Dude, that was the moment of like, this is who the Colorado Buffaloes
That's a low
are.
point.
It's like, hey, you're looking for an identity? That's it right there. Chaos, confusion, nobody knowing what they're doing. A sophomore offensive lineman dictating terms.
But
Jordan's really good.
Isn't he the leader? Didn't we talk about that?
Yeah,
like, who's the leader?
Shouldn't be. Your sophomore offensive lineman should never be your leader. And he's doing this. He's telling Ryan Staub, get your butt to the line of scrimmage.
Right.
We're running a
Right.
quarterback.
Let's go.
Team. And then Staub was stubborn enough to go, no, we're not. Because do you think Staub thought Seaton was the leader? He basically all but said, bleep you, young fella. I'm going to do whatever I want.
Right.
And then there was not enough time on the play clock for Staub to call the play he wanted.
Yeah, call
so they had
timeout.
to burn a timeout. That sequence right there is the definition of what the 2025 Buffaloes are all about.
I don't know.
Chaos and confusion.
Who wants to piss off their left tackle?
Yeah. I saw the longest yard.
Guy protects your blind side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying Jordan Seaton would do this, but like, that guy's got to protect you when you don't know the rush is coming. And you're going to argue with him? If he is your leader, he has to be your leader. He's your best player. And even though he's a sophomore, he's somebody that people should be listening to. And Staub waved him off.
Yeah.
Your backup quarterback waved him off.
Man, this just popped into my head, and I'm hesitant to even say it out loud. There's still 4 more games for things to get worse or better, but it doesn't feel like they're going to get better in Boulder. Is Deion still the king of the portal? Could Deion even keep Jordan Seaton in place if he's not happy with the way
if you're Julian Lewis, you're looking at this mess, you're like, I'm going to take over a Pat Shurmur offense?
Oof.
I always was afraid when the decision was made, basically like, we're not going to play Julian Lewis. Basically post-Delaware game. And it's like, I guess, Deion's got to protect him from whatever. And Julian's not ready, I guess, although Bryce Underwood's, tearing it up with Michigan. So when that decision was made about Juju, I'm always hesitant or nervous about him leaving. You think Jordan Seaton wants to stay? You think Julian Lewis wants to stay? Changes have to be made so your best players go, That was wrong. They're correcting it. I'm staying.
So Jordan Seaton has an agent, right? Like he has an agent that handles his NIL stuff and the dealings with the Colorado and the university. If you're Jordan Seaton's agent and your job is to make that kid as much money as possible, why would you advise him to stay at Colorado?
You wouldn't.
You'd go, hey, you could go. You could pick any
You go
team
anywhere
that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you go play for a powerhouse SEC or Big Ten team?
Yep.
That's what I would do if I were Jordan Seaton. It's about the bag, right? It's about getting as high picked in the NFL draft as you can.
Mm-hmm.
As good as that young man is, being on the Buffaloes is going to hurt more than it's going to help.
Did it help Shedeur Sanders in the NFL
hell
draft?
No, not even close.
The NFL looked at Shedeur Sanders and said, if he's not a starter and he's just a backup, he's not worth the headache because he's not good enough. And mechanically, he's a hell of a passer. But if you're not getting a pro offense and you're going into meetings, not being unserious, I think that's the word. The word for Bo Nix today is comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I think the word for Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes is unserious.
It's a good word because that's exactly what they were in Utah when they got the brakes beaten off of them by the Utes. We didn't get to that Bo Nix sound. We will do that. Bo Nix talking about that last week of practice. He calls it the best practice he's been a part of since he's been in the NFL. We got to figure out what the heck went on last week that led to what we saw Sunday, and we'll try to do that coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
How good does it feel to let go of 82 pounds in just 16 weeks? And I feel free. Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
In 16 weeks, I lost 82 pounds because I had learned how to eat smarter. And that's what Soda does. They don't just help you lose weight fast, they help you keep it off with habits that last a lifetime.
No hunger, no shots, no guesswork.
You probably saved my life. I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight. I went on soda, and now I'm healthy, and I just got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real support to help you let go of the weight for good. And now, it's easier than ever. Join Soda Weight Loss now, and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. Did you know that I actually have some psychic abilities? Yep, had a new client come in the other day to get signed up, and she said, Dan, they've already made me an offer. And I said, well, let me guess. It was $1,500. And her eyes got real big, and she said, Dan, how'd you know that? And I said, let me take another guess. When you said you weren't sure, they said, okay, we'll offer you the maximum amount allowed of like $3,500. The client couldn't believe what she was hearing. But let me let you know in a little secret. I'm not a psychic. I just know all of the insurance companies' dirty little tricks. They use these tricks to put pressure on you so they can get off the hook cheap. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to make sure that they play fair. We're going to make sure you get feeling better and the insurance companies pay what's right. Call us at any time. You can speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, went quick today, huh? Final segment of a Monday show.
Wow, here we go.
Overreaction Monday.
There's so much to talk about with the Broncos, and it feels great to have this win streak going. It feels great to have a full game from this Broncos offense. That's what we wanted. We wanted consistency, but mainly we wanted comfortable. And we got to stop talking about the Buffs because they pissed me off and they put me in a bad mood.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, the Buffs are so bad. I just got a text from Matt McChesney, who literally bleeds black and gold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm disgusted. That's from Ches. You know it's bad when he's disgusted.
Yeah.
Out there. What's up, big fella?
Last thing I want to do is make Ches disgusted.
No, I've seen him angry. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. We're overdue for a hang sesh, big fella. Let's get that done. All right, Cease, I wanted to get back to Bo. I want to hear a little bit from Bo. I want to put some final thoughts on the Broncos, and then talk about what we expect tonight from the Nuggets. And a bit of a disappointment without Anthony Edwards, but still getting to play against Minnesota early in the season. I always look forward to those games with a little bit of a rivalry that we have.
Yeah, no Ant, though, so that takes away some of the rivalry, but I can't stand Minnesota. Can't stand the Vikings.
Yes.
I think it's funny that they moved on.
Screw the Wild.
You know the pictures they put from last year when Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold were both with the Vikings?
Yeah.
And they decided to move on so they could trot out J.J. McCarthy, who gets hurt again, and now they got Carson Wentz, and he's not good at football. And they might go back to J.J. McCarthy. It was always a bad fit. Fit's the word. So I can't stand the Wild, can't stand the Timberwolves, even though I love Ant. I love his game.
I know, I kind of like his
because
game
it's
too.
Jordan-like, so I love that. But can't stand the Timberwolves, can't stand the Wild, can't stand the Vikings. The Gophers.
Yeah,
take it all.
The Golden Gophers.
Minnesota.
Heck, the Lynx. I don't like the Lynx, dude.
I don't like the Lakers because they came from Minnesota.
Hell yeah. I like that. I like that about you, Cease. So, yeah, we're out on Minnesota stuff. But what I wanted to hear before we give a bigger preview of that game from Bo, I really want to figure this out, Cease. I don't know if you and your Broncos practice media brethren can figure this out, but I got to know what went on last Wednesday that led to this result that we saw on Sunday. Both Bo, both Sean, handful of players in the locker room last night were talking about the week that was and how fired up that got them for this game. Here's Bo Nix after the game, and he says it was probably the best practice he's been a part of in his 2 years in the NFL, going back to what last week was.
Yeah, Coach, liked our week of practice. We all thought the urgency was up. Got to go stack weeks and, have a similar vibe this week and make sure that we're practicing hard Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday so that we can come out here and, do that performance over and over. And, it's tough when you get later in the season, bodies get more sore, get banged up. It's tough to stay mentally sharp and mentally tough enough to do it over and over. But got good leadership, and that's what we got to do again.
I mean, is that all it is? I shouldn't say all it is, because look at what it led us to. But is that what it is? If they're mentally sharp, there's no, almost lack of seriousness is the way I describe it. Like, you go to work and sometimes you're messing around a little bit more than you are focusing on work. It's weird to think about that at the NFL level, but that's work for those guys.
They're just humans.
And you kind of get into that, it's work on a Wednesday. We're about halfway through this. We're confident of who we are, and you get lackadaisical.
Okay.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps.
How do you get lackadaisical in a second-year quarterback that still has so much to prove?
How do you get lackadaisical around Sean Payton?
Yeah, better question.
That makes no sense to me. Whatever distracted him last week, just stop. Whatever that was. I don't know if it was any sort of extra, like, team media activities or whatever. I mean, they did do the Nickelodeon thing with Bo. We saw him wearing the Nordiques jerseys, right? Because the Avs hooked him up with some sweet sweaters.
What Nickelodeon thing?
The Nickelodeon
slime
game
thing?
Yeah, the trophy thing. I don't know.
He was the MVP, the Nickelodeon most valuable player.
Yeah, so I saw that with Nickelodeon. So, I mean, you always have that kind of extra stuff, but that was this week. And then they go out there against the Cowboys and they look that way. So the previous week, before the Giants game, I'm not exactly sure what that was, but hopefully you've cut out any of those distractions.
Okay. By the way, just for those of you keeping track at home, Kevin, you were on that, right? The MVP?
I did say he would win the Nickelodeon MVP. I wrote it down in my notes on Tuesday.
Exactly right. So that's, to me, it's lackadaisical, losing your edge. It's all sort of the same conversation that we're having. I think you asked the better question. How does Sean Payton let that get there? And then I guess maybe some silver lining from that is, it was Bo. Remember, Bo's like, let's watch film a little differently. And I would think, like let's say we watched film about our radio show, right? And if it's just like Amanda watching film with me and being like, this is where you need to be better, this is what you did good, you go, all right, yeah, you're cool, you learned something there. But then it's all of us, and we're all kind of getting undressed in the moment, and then it's like, ooh, yeah, Cecil looked bad, but I could have probably helped him out in that situation. I'm letting my guy down. And you feel like this sense of responsibility for the dude next to you instead of just, let me make sure I do my job, don't screw up, do my job, don't screw up. No, put a little bit more weight on that. Do your job, don't screw up, and perform your butt off because the guy next to you is doing the same thing, and you owe him that respect.
Yeah, and this team owes it to their head coach, to their ownership, but mainly to these fans. They've been waiting a long time for this level of football, and it's back. It's back with the Denver Broncos playing at that highest level and pushing for a deep postseason run. I don't hesitate to say Super Bowl. I've always said Super Bowl 60s is theirs until it's not. So make this run, continue to win, keep up with this win streak, and take your lessons where you can. This Houston game is not going to be easy. And perhaps that's why I'm thinking more about Houston today than I am Dallas, because you beat up on a bad team. Yeah, exactly what you're supposed to do. So I'm happy that they did that. I'm glad that we can now go forward with evidence that that's possible, not just a quarter. For RJ Harvey's purposes, not just a play in week one. Hey, that 50-yarder was really good. 2 months later, well, now you're doing more. So now keep this up. Offense, be more consistent. Bo, be as comfortable as possible. And a kid like RJ, go out there. It's not going to be 3 touchdowns every time, but go out there and make those big plays when you can.
And to what you're talking about that Texans game again, we're going to slightly start to turn the page tomorrow and then definitely do it on a Wednesday. But look at what the Texans are. They're only 3-4, but Kyle Shanahan's a pretty smart offensive guy, right? We always give him the big credit that he deserves about being an offensive genius like Sean wants us to give him. The Texans kept him in check for 15 points. The Texans' defense is what's allowing them to put C.J. Stroud in his position to maybe come back and win some football games. So just like we talked about it earlier, Sean saying, hey, we needed our defense to beat a bad offense. We needed to keep them last on the defensive side. This offense now has that same sort of test. The Texans, they're a struggling football team on the offensive end. But that defense can hold their own. C.J. Stroud will struggle against the Broncos defense, but I don't think it's going to feel the same way it felt against the Cowboys when they get down to Houston.
Yeah.
So it's a test this week for the offense.
Yes.
And Bo Nix.
Yeah, it's a constant test every single week, right? It doesn't get any easier. You got the games against the Raiders and maybe the Jaguars, but outside of that, and we'll see if Jaden Daniels is even healthy enough to play in that Commanders game, but you've got some real ones, some tests, and your mettle will be tested. Now, you've done a good job in this early portion of the season kind of creating as much of a cushion as you possibly can. But the Chiefs are right there. The Chargers are right there within your own division. And they always say out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, it's about winning the division first, setting yourself up so you can, get a home game in the postseason and move on from there. I'd love a home game in the postseason. Here, with this home field advantage,
Mile High Magic.
Take it all day.
And by the way, Kev, what'd you give me? They are 10-2 at home with Bo Nix as the starting quarterback. They have won 9 straight at home, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. 10-2 at home with Bo. So a playoff game at Mile High with Bo at quarterback. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I like your chances in that game, that's for sure. So take care of your own division. You're in the driver's seat. Now you've got to stay in the driver's seat. There's a certain level of pressure that accompanies that, and it seems like the way that they responded, they know it.
Yes, it does. It feels like they're just a couple of weeks behind. We thought it would take them 5 or 6 weeks to figure out who they were, to figure out where R.J. Harvey fits into this pecking order of the offense. They got there. They need to continue this momentum, and they got there at week 8 rather than week 6, where we actually wanted it to be, but it turns out we don't get everything we want.
Yeah, it turns out
if
that
we did, we'd be wearing Jordans from Sean Payton right now on our feet.
all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Just seeing this come across on Twitter, that Troy Franklin, all of last season, had 28 catches. This year, he's already got 33.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's week 8.
Yeah. You want Troy Franklin to grow and to continue to develop. And he's already bested the number of catches that he had last season as a rookie. Let him flourish. Let him thrive. And this happens, and yes, I know ZB's coming in here, so I'll be very cautious talking about Devon Vele, but this happens because you get rid of Vele to open this door for Troy Franklin, who's just merely better.
A runway, yeah.
He's merely better. I saw Mace tweeting about Vele, and a lot of Broncos fans getting at him like, well, if he was here, it would be okay. But if he was here, it would also be getting in the way of Troy Franklin. It would be getting in the way of Pat Bryant. It would be getting in the way of Marvin Mims. So the Broncos made a decision, made their move, and now it's time to let these young guys flourish.
We did the old, guys under 25 scoring touchdowns. Vele wouldn't fit that box. Young guy in NFL terms, but an older guy in the land of life. You know what I mean? So
right.
It all worked out the way it was supposed to be. If Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin are the core of that wide receiver room moving forward when Cortland Sutton decides to hang them up, I think the Broncos should be in pretty good hands. All right, I will give you this real quick on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. I'm 2 days early. Don't be that guy that goes into someone's backyard without permission. That being said, I got to go get somebody out of my backyard, Cease. Have a great day.
All right, that is Josh Dover. I am Cecil Lammy. Kevin Kistner here. Kev, you feel great today? Monday.
I feel so good.
I know the sun's not out, but it's a Mile High City. We got 300 days of sun, so we know that we're going to be good to go.
I was telling someone the other day, they're like, they're trying to move their mom from Alabama to Colorado.
Okay.
And they said, well, I can't move there because I don't like the winter. I said, let me tell your mom this, that Patrick Smythe told John Fox the average temperature at kickoff for a Broncos game is 60.1 degrees. That's how you get someone to move here to Colorado in the wintertime. Because, it's a little cloudy out, but it's still good weather.
Nah, I actually don't want anyone else to move here. So, yeah, tell them it snows all the time. Nothing but blizzards here. And nothing but Broncos wins, and that's the main thing as we look forward to this team. It's like you took care of business. I'm hearing less and less from the Bo Nix doubters and the Bo Nix haters, which is always good because this is a process. You have to go through the process to get your team in the right position at the right time. It's not always going to look good. It hasn't always looked good for Bo this year. We've had questions, but we've always held that belief that things are going to work out. And the number we have for John Elway and Bo Nix, let's drop that on the people again, because that number in 25 starts, 25 games, is that right?
Starts.
25 starts. He has the same amount of wins. What's the number, Kev? 15.
16 and 9.
Same as John Elway. You've got to love that. You got to love that. And again, it's a start. It's a process. You got to move forward. And you got to move forward with the drive as Philip Lindsay slides in here. Boy, R.J. Harvey had himself a day, huh?
You know what, Cecil? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I know you guys been raving about him all day. He finally got to open up. We finally got to see him truly just open up, take one to the house. Great setup block. All right, he set his block up at the end there, was able to burst out of there, and nobody was catching him. And I know you guys have highlighted the offensive line. It was a well thought out play by Sean Payton. Reminded me, I don't want to be conceited, but it reminded me about my toss play when we were playing the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay.
Where you had Garrett Bowles that's pulling out for you,